Hello, Dr. Vijay? Hello?
Ah, sir. Yes, sir.
Vijay?
Am I audible, sir?
Bijoy sir, we can hear you.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Dr. Shahu, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Ah, yes, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Narayan sir, we can hear you. Are we audible to you?
नहीं हो रहा है, साउंड नहीं आ रहा है। ये ऑलरेडी ये करा है, लेकिन साउंड आ रहा है।
गूगल मीट अब वीडियो काट दिया, साउंड तो है,
साउंड आ रहा है धीरे धीरे।
साउंड ऐसे कोई को बात करेगा तभी तो।
We are just waiting for our chairperson, madam. So after that, soon after her join, we will start the final day of this international conference.
Dr. Vijay ji, are you getting to me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hello.
Dr. Vijay ji, are you getting to me?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Is it loud and clear?
Yes, sir. It is fine.
वीडियो
Afrin ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can do one thing. We can start our session with the speech
Speakers.
of, yeah, actually, some noise is there actually.
Just a second. Sir, is this fine now?
Yes, it is fine. So,
Oh, okay. So, shall we start with the technical session?
we can do one thing. We can start with the speech of or the presentation of Dr. Shahu sir. Fine. And then let us wait for a ma'am, that is our chairperson, ma'am Manidipa ma'am, when she will join. And soon we will start the technical session also.
Okay, okay, okay. All right.
Okay. So because without any delay, so we can start. It is
Yeah.
already 10 minutes we are left behind.
Okay.
Dr. Vijay, in fact, I have one meeting. Vijay ji,
Yes, sir. We are
small
start.
meeting.
Yes,
So
yes, sir.
let's
We are
discuss.
starting. Yeah. Thank you.
Shall I share screen now?
Yeah,
Yes,
yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay. Just a minute. Just a small formalities. Afternoon,
All
ma'am.
right.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll start then. Is my screen being visible?
Yes, yes.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry for all the delays and technical issues that we are facing. Once again, good morning, one and all present here. I, Sayeda Afrin, Assistant Professor from Humanities and Social Sciences, Psychology Program, Assam Downtown University, welcome you all to the day 3 of this virtual international conference on strategic responses towards promoting sustainable gender equality. Experiences from the outbreak of COVID 19, organized by the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Assam Downtown University, Guwahati, in collaboration with Kalam Meda Research and Book Review Department of Rural Development and Agricultural Extension, College of Agriculture, Wolo University, Ethiopia. Before we begin our program, I would like to give a special mention to Dr. Bijoy Das, conference convener, Dr. Asha Sharma, and Dr. M.K. Deb Sir, the co-conveners. It's the day 3 to this international conference, and it's been a pleasure to have countless number of people who are involved in this program and contributing to making it a very good success. I would like to introduce today's chairperson, Dr. Manidipa Borua ma'am. She will be joining us soon. So first of all, I would like to introduce today's session. So this is the part 5 to the entire international conference. Part 5 of this program consists of plenary session 5, technical session 4. Our first speaker, our first speaker is Dr. Narayan Sahu, NIRD, Guwahati, India, and he's going to speak about women and policy initiatives. Little bit about Sahu sir. So the areas of expertise of Sahu sir is Panchayati Raj, decentralization planning, social audit and accountability. So sir, I'm now request you to take over.
Thank you. Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes sir.
Hello. Am I
Yes,
audible now?
yes sir, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. In fact, I'm very much glad that I am part of your conference, international conference, and as far as before start of the program, I immensely glad to extend my greatest congratulations to Assam Downtown University and the team, and particularly the convener and co-convener, along with the Center for Humanities and Social Studies of the concerned university. Uh, at the same time, I am very much glad to listen that in past day in collaboration of Ole University of Ethiopia. It is triggered to my mind that I should be part of this discussion, particularly international conference. And I am very much grateful to the authority, particularly the Vice Chancellor of Downtown University. At the same time, the entire team, whatever you are taking hardship in this COVID-19 pandemic period, it is hats ups to you all the young guys. Uh, my topic, as far as the topic is concerned, women and policy initiatives. As far as to the honest, that I am a person of local governance and person of Panchayati Raj and decentralized planning, particularly policy advocacy as well as northeastern states here in India. So once again, before the starts of the program, I would like to formal good morning to India, good morning or good afternoon or good night to the international participant, including Wolo University, Ethiopia, and dignitaries, friends, and colleagues from various parts of the globe. The topic is very much interesting. That women and policy initiatives. As far as policy initiatives is concerned, we started a lot of debates. How far our 50 plus percentage of the society are to be at par or above than male predominantly society of this globe, if I'm not wrong. So in this context, we the Indian, we the policymakers, we the governments of are in India taken the lot of initiatives how to upgrade, how to uplift the status, stature, each and every angle of women in total. In one slogan, always we quote, we the Indians, we quote the women, our babies. We, that is the sanctity of India. So coming to the point of that, a lot of initiative has been taken in early part of 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. In the early part of 90s, in fact, 90s, I'm talking about 1990 onwards, government of India thought that whether we have taken the initiative in credence to give a good benchmark to the women society of this developing country. So it come to the trigger to the mind of our policymakers, legislators. No, it is enough and enough of a hypocrisy. Let's we think in the perspective of how much of percentage of the people are uh, are staying in a rural area and how much of percentage of the people are staying in urban area. So that triggered to the mind in the then government, and it come out a fantastic amendment in our constitution, so that at least we can give good birth to the women, and we can incubate a quality leader so that they can supplement, complement, take the initiative of advocacy, so that the women issues, women grievances, women upliftment, women progress are to be taken up. So with these words, I'm indicating in the perspective of local governance, particularly local rural governance and initiative of government of India. Uh, I'm not sharing a very new things to all of you, but it is a triggering to open up your thought process that how our government has given a good birth, but still we have we are not taking a good birth in state assembly, and we have taken a good birth in state, particularly in the parliament, in the both the houses, as well as upper houses and lower houses of the parliament. So my content of the presentations, as we are running with the time, it is 10:20, and I have another assignment of meeting with Government of India and particularly our NIRDPR headquarters. So quickly, I'm rushing to the presentation part. The content of my presentation part will be women leadership and legislation party. Come to the another point of discussion will be women-centric poverty alleviation program policies initiative of the Ministry of Panchayat Raj, the Ministry of Rural Development for fulfilling of sustainable development. One more just clips I have added because of that you have given very only 30 minutes to be one of the speaker. Rather, in next time, hopefully, I will beg to you and your authorities at least give 1.5 hours so that the rest of the globe should listen to NIRD and PR. The presence of NIRD and PR shall be fruitful. So these three aspects, my content of the presentations will be once again, women leadership, legislation, women-centric poverty alleviation program, policies, initiative, Ministry of both the Ministry of Rural Development, Ministry of Panchayati Raj, along with how it is very much connected to fulfill as a whole the needs of the women as well as the men. And one more issue, always the issue is there as far as the present pandemic is going on, COVID-19 pandemic, global pandemic is going on. It is triggering to your house, it is triggering to your street, it is triggering to the town, it is triggering each and every parts of the country. That is the violence is coming out. So largely the women are the victim of violence, but somehow or others, Government of India, particularly our legislator, taken initiatives in 2005 to protect the women from the atrocities. So these are the three aspects I will cover. As it is very known to everybody that 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act 1992 legislated in 93 came into Gazette notification in 93 and that too in 21st April 1993 it is the landmark legislation for the real women participations through the rural local bodies. So to the court, though the Panchayat Raj institutions have been in existence for a long time, it has been observed that these institutions have not able to acquire the status, dignity, and viable and responsible people bodies due to a number of reasons, including absence of regular elections, prolonged supersessions, insufficient presentation of weaker sections like scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and women, particularly inadequate devolution of power and lack of financial resources. So this trigger to mind that at least I have the problem. Being a woman, I have the problem. I have to present in the floor of the panchayat. I have to present in next tier and next tier in the district as well as in state legislature and parliament. But to the honest, before 93, it was horrible by the namesake. The election is going on. Good quality of leaders are not coming. Even if the women leaders are coming, they are not presenting their grievances for what? Because of number of issues, particularly dominance of like us, the main people, not to give the scope to present the grievances of women. So may I quote that this is a landmark legislation, landmark amendment of the Constitution of India. So as this also indicates the Article 40 of the Constitution, which Constitution of India, as it is a conference of international participants, number of good number of other delegates from other parts of the globe are related. For their knowledge, for their clarity, that our Constitution, particularly Article 40 of the Constitution, which mentioned one of the directive principles of state policy, lays down that the states shall take to organize village panchayat and endow them with such power and authority as may be necessary to enable them to function as unity of self-governance. So this beauty of our constitutions gives you some stages. But in true sense, it is quote unquote that there is a lump of vacuum to give a real birth to the women. But as far as accordingly, it is proposed that to a new part relating to panchayat in the constitution to provide along other things. Gram Sabha in a village and group of villages. Constitution of Panchayat at village and other levels, and direct elections to all the seats in Panchayat, particularly in Gram Panchayat level, Intermediate Panchayat, and Jilla Panchayat level. And beautiful things came reservation of seats for scheduled caste, scheduled tribe in proportion to their population for the leadership of the panchayats and office of the chairperson of respective three tiers. That means it gives a clear picture that there must be a clear, clear cut but to the both the tiers, both the both the Gram Panchayat level, intermediate Panchayat level, and Jilla Panchayat. One more clear cut amendment part is that reservation of not less than one third of seats for the women. That means at least 33% reservation must be there. Lucky to share here in 2020 that with these legislations after the silver jubilee year of 73rd constitution, there was a good assessment of Ministry of Rural Development. How far we reached, whether our this incubation center of leaders we got it. There was a lot of study whether the women have good quality of leadership. Number of scholars debate in different ways because of the despite of 33% of women reservation in the local bodies. Still, still, the things are different. The things is like that. Things like that. That Pati Panchayat system is coming out. Pati Panchayat system is coming out. In true sense, the things are different. Uh, I'm checking my microphone. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir. It is fine.
Yes, yes. Whether I'm reaching all of you?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, then. So that way, that part is missing uh, through the UN, particularly UN Women Study, UNDP study, and our NIRD study. Good number of women leaders are not coming. Even if some of the leading states come out of legislation further 50% women reservation in the in panchayat bodies, as well as panchayat bodies, as well as urban local bodies. That means in the both the bodies, particularly I'm sharing in case of Bihar, in case of Jharkhand, in case of Odisha, and some of the states 50%, even for Kerala, they have the 50% reservation of seats for women. The things is like that, except some of the leading states like Kerala, like I'm talking about Maharashtra, talking about Karnataka, talking about somehow or others in Sikkim, as far as the northeastern states of India is concerned. But in true sense, there is a proxy leadership in panchayat level. Within Jilla Panchayat and Gram Panchayat, and we have to think, we have to forgive and forget our male ego. Let give that lady is taking a lot of pain, lot of care and dear to the dear ones, still contributing in the political participations, and we should give the chance to them so that they can spell out their grievances nicely. So if you will give the chance to speak, they will take lead role. They can provide a fantastic poverty alleviation plan and projects. To my understanding, being a person in rural governance for last 20 years. So similarly, these are the plan of actions. So if that study after this 3-4 study as I cited, UN Women study, UNDP study, and IRDM peer study, as well as Minister of Panchayat study, one biggest vacuum we found in India, that the preparation of plan for economic development and social justice. Whenever we plan in panchayat level, in village level, I will include some parts on non-panchayat area, including our Nagaland, including our Mizoram, including our Meghalaya, some parts of Manipur, some parts of Tripura, etc., etc. Biggest vacuum after a lot of critical analysis, we found that the problem is the preparation of plan for economic development and social justice. Whenever we prepare the plans, and we are planning more for civil work, how the civil work will come, how the contractor system will come. Never, 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 ever we think about the economic development of women first, and women-centric poverty alleviation programs. Largely after this 14 Finance Commission grants, just I'm slightly back to 13 Finance Commission grants and 14 Finance Commission grants and page and 15 Finance Commission grants. Women economic development plan is now mandatory to be the part of local plans. So somehow or others, it is triggered to the mind of Niti Aayog as well as the ministry, both the ministry. There must be a clarity for the preparation of a poverty alleviation plan, particularly women economic development plan, and in consonance of social justice. So these are the things. Hopefully, everybody knows. And in this scholarly platform, I would like to say that our northeastern parts of India are slightly different, and we have the local governance very practically. But things, very honestly, in 14 Finance Commission grants period, as learned number of faculties are there in this forum, in this international conference of globe, that in Nagaland we struggled. In Meghalaya and Mizoram, we also struggle. Why? Because of that, the government of India thought that it is not at par with the constitutional conformity of local governance. That doesn't mean that they haven't local governance. They have good local governance. It is a well-tested, originated, and system of Nagaland, Meghalaya, Mizoram. But the constitutional guarantee again rethoughts, and we are lucky enough that government of India now convinced, and these states, particularly Nagaland, Meghalaya, Mizoram, got the funds under 15th Finance Commission. But the problem is here. The particularly this is the problem. Just quickly, because of that, what is the problem? Just immediately citing. I will share other parts. Uh, problem is particularly where district councils are there. Problem particularly where local governance like village development board is there. There we couldn't find the couldn't find a very uh, pertinent part in the sense. Just hold on. Pertinent part is that 33% in that district council, 33% in village councils. So as far as the local governance, spirit of local governance is concerned, they couldn't have the voice in proper sense to place their grievances. So this is our finding. Some or other scholars may differ in their debate, but there must be a proper representation in this these areas. So some or others, the policymakers in respective states, the government of India recommending that there must be good legislation or participation, either selected version or elected versions. Coming to the point of the constitutional provision, particularly Article 243G, power and authority responsibility of the panchayat, subject to the provision of the constitution, the legislation of the state may by law endow with such powers and authority and may be necessary to enable to them function as institution of self-governance. As such, law may contain provisions for the devolution of power, responsibility upon panchayats at the appropriate level, subject to such conditions as may be specified therein with respect to the preparation of plan of economic development and social justice. These are the area, uh, good friends, good colleagues from different parts of the globe. These are the area in India we trigger the local governance, and morely there is clarity of devolution of sectors, particularly 29 subjects in 11th schedule of the Constitution: agriculture, land improvement, minor irrigation, annual husbandry, fisheries, social forestry, minor forest produce, small, etc., etc. These are the, and particularly we have a clarity in social welfare of weaker sections. These are the clarity. One more thing is that as far as the 25, the sector 25 is women and child development. Is there. But in true sense, it is still lacking behind it as far as analysis is concerned. After a lot of debate, now after 2017 onwards, so hopefully some of the scholars have gone through. As we are directly in government, we come across these type of activities. Uh, Now, instead of going top-down approach, we try the best to make a bottom-up approach through Gram Panchayat development plans, and based on particular focus area, based on local needs and particular women needs, and particularly poverty alleviation needs of the Gram Panchayat village. So these are the plan, the efforts in this context, Gram Panchayat development plans, the initiative taken, and we succeeded a quality slightly. I am not quoting the quality plans, but somehow others 59,549 plans, local plans, panchayat plans, village plans come out, and it is ended in 1920 that 2,38,257 local plans, village plans come out. After this detailed analysis, we found that what are the areas we are integrating? Very limited area, like our major wage employment program, that is MGNRGS, and 15 finance commission grants, and somehow or others livelihood mission programs, SSG self-help groups, and somehow or others in northeastern states of India, we are taking into account of BADP, border area development programs, and the development of a northeastern region. And somehow or others, after the bifurcation of a skill development ministry, that somehow or others, uh, somehow or others, these parts, skill development parts, incorporate. But the next generation, our thought process is that how to, though we got a good number of 2 lakhs 50, 2 lakh 50,000 plan under GPDP, Gram Panchayat development plans. In true sense, our target is comprehensive GPDP covering up all 29 subjects, where women component must be there, and which is slightly lacking. And somehow or others, ministry, we the stakeholders are responsible, including the last leg of the governance. And there must be spirit of local governance of flagship programs. There must be converts. You can't work in isolation. You can't. The development cannot be achieved in isolations. Rather than there must be spirit of converts like us. Like today, one international conference is is being conducted. This is the last day of our international event. Whenever there is a scope, you can be converse, you can contribute. Nothing, nobody will stop to you. Similarly, in a state domain, in the Jilla domain, particularly district domain, even a Panchayat domain, there must be converged, and we are struggling, but somehow or others, we come out a good number of plans, but quality of a converge is lacking behind. The frontline staff of line departments to be present in Gram Sabha. Because of that, take for example, women issues is being discussed. There must be CDPO, there must be CDPO supervisor, there must be Anganwadi workers to discuss. Here we found that frontline workers have lesser skill. I'm not taking no skill, lesser skills. So that it requires continuous training and capacity building. Uh, Dear anchor, madam, hopefully I have taken. I will take another 5 minutes because of that in helipads. We should get the time. Please.
Okay, sir. All right.
Okay. Okay. Because of that, I should some or others complete my some hard presentations. So these are the area should look at. One more thing is that water conservation. To the honest, it is still lacking. So under 15th Finance Commission, it is indicated there must be water conservation, sanitation must be mandatory, and women is the victim of the water. Somehow or others, if you have the water, the entire work will be finished very nicely. And who is supposed to look after to us? The women. Am I right? Economic development and economic. Take for example, if you will do home, particularly kitchen gardens, particularly we are lucky enough in northeastern states of India that our women are more hardworking in comparison of other parts of the country. To my experience, because of that, I have the northeast experience for now 20 years. So that things coming to mind. One more thing is the social justice. In the context of northeastern states of India, very honestly, because of that last 17 years, I have been there in tribal belt, tribal domicile states, particularly in Arunachal Pradesh. Major problem here is registration of marriage, social security, particularly social justice to the women. So please don't take it as in other place that in tribal society it is quote unquote it is lacking. There is legislation. There is particularly state act is there. There must be compulsory registration of marriage, divorce, alimony, etc. But still, the number of women are victim of all these things. So that way, whenever we are preparing comprehensive GPTP, we shouldn't take into account only work, only civil work, rather than we have to take into account of all these social issues. Okay, so so that way, that way we should take into account. These are the glimpses just I cited that this is the achievement of Minister for Rural Development of Panchayat Raj, 2 lakh 38 to 57, uh, 2 lakh 38 to 57 number of Gram Panchayat plan, village plans. So we come out with this comprehensive GPTP and just I'm coming quickly. This is the plan cycle. Plan cycle. How it is possible? One of the major problem in GPDP that whether the last leg of women are positioned to lead can present their grievances. So we found that there must be second leg. Second leg, we quote that Gram Panchayat planning facilitation team. That way, entire objective can be easy out and women development plan can be come out. This is the cycle, how to see how much of fund is coming out and what is the status of my village Gram Panchayat through a completely good parameter that is MA, listen on to the parameter and hopefully good scholars, those are very much prone to all these things, you can think about. And quickly, this is the biggest elephant of Ministry of Rural Development, where our major objective, where some or others we are leading to achieve in the sense some or others. But again, the issue is there that whether 100 days of wage employment is going to the needy, particularly how much of women are being involved. These are the clips we attempting from ministry and being an IIDNP, we are trying the best to easy rollout, and this is the latest version where we can come out a good quality of a plan through this poverty reduction plan template. As this is a good forum, I desire to share. This is the give a good pictures, a number of household, uh, number of SHG existing in the village, number of all these templates, and there must be social security templates, old age people, widow people, disabled person, other pensions, all these things, and always there must be livelihood and women livelihood plans in village panchayat. So, coming to quickly as third part of just immediately in this pandemic, global pandemic, COVID-19, lot of pain is coming, lot of disturbances, a lot of family disturbances is coming, and it is even up in office atmosphere. So, as far as protection of women is concerned, in development scenario, in functional sphere, day-to-day activities is concerned, the protection is there, but we all should contribute so that a happy living environment, a happy working environment, happy family environment can be sustained. Though we are likely to cross this global crisis, a global pandemic, COVID-19. So this is the Domestic Violence Act 2005, which gives a broad picture how to be protected. But in true sense is in every institution, every government setup, every panchayat, every village, there must be a there must be a core group for the protection of women, and there must be this part must be the plan of the village, plan of the panchayat. So with these words, I'm citing M.K. Gandhi's quotations, Father of Nation. Recall the face of the poorest and the weakest man, woman who you can have seen, and ask yourself if the step you contemplate is going to be of any use to him or her. Will he or she gain everything by it? Will it restore him or her to a control over his or her own life and destiny? In other words, will it lead to Swaraj, freedom for the hungry, spirituality, starving, and middle? Namaste to M.K. Gandhiji, Father of a Nation, and we all can contribute to give a good, prestigious birth to our Mother India, Mother Jilla Panchayat, Mother Intermediate Panchayat, village and Gram Panchayat. With these words, thank you, thank you. You have given a lot of scope, a lot of work me, and I'm grateful to the authority of Downtown University, and as well as the international participants, as well as the Olo University Ethiopia, a great international work. Thank you. Over to Ankur, madam.
Thank you so much,
Madam,
sir.
Madam Ankur, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was really insightful. So, sir has covered about women leadership and legislation. He has talked about women-centric poverty alleviation program and policy, initiative of Ministry of PR and MORD for fulfilling SDGs, women protection and reference of legislation. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part of this program. Now, once again, I would like to introduce our chairperson of part 5. Our chairperson, is Dr. Manideepa Borua, ma'am, Department of Psychology from Guwahati University. A little bit about just ma'am. Ma'am could not join us previously due to the technical issues, but I would just like to introduce her once again. So her teaching areas are social psychology, environmental psychology. Her areas of interest are clinical psychology, psychodiagnostics, psychotherapy. She has worked as a resource person for various institutes. She has been the examiner in the standardization process of testing children with dyslexia in India, developed by.
Madam, I'm leaving.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You may leave. Thank you for
Hello.
joining us, sir.
Thank you.
As I was saying, so ma'am has done exceptional work in her career. So I'm handing it over to our chairperson, Manideepa Borua, ma'am. Ma'am, you are muted, I think.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah. So, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for inviting me to become a chairperson. And as I've already spoken about me, I thank Dr. Sharma to come and join the webinar and all present here. The earlier presentation was a nice presentation, even though I could not hear it from the beginning. I saw it was a great program plan for it was nice, and let us carry on with the next. Thank you so much for inviting.
Okay, madam. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, ma'am, this is your host, Dr. Vijay.
Hello.
Okay. Good morning, ma'am, and welcome. Ma'am, actually, the schedule is attached with you regarding today's presentation. Before that, we will just add two more presentations because due to technical session, some technical issues, yesterday they could not present. So I just placed these two names before you, Dr. Pinky Borua and Mr. Amare Molla and team. They will be presenting. Please allow them to present now, and after that, followed by the schedule only.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So may I request Dr. Pinky Barua, ma'am, please for the presentation. Pinky, ma'am. Dr. Pinky Barua, ma'am, are you there? Okay, Mr. Amare Molla and team is ready. Hello.
Yeah, Vijay, I can hear you.
Okay. Are you ready with the presentation?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So please, you may proceed with the presentation.
Hello, sir. Am I audible to you?
Sharma.
Yes.
Okay. Can I continue?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate your commitment and also your considerations for the interaction that we have faced yesterday. And also before that, I also want to appreciate the previous presenter, who is very comprehensive presentation. He did especially on women and policies. So following that, I would like to present my presentation here. The issue is on the gendered effects of COVID-19 on micro, small, and medium enterprise. This is evidence from the CCT in Ethiopia. And yeah, my co-workers are Abdul Karim Mohammed and Dr. Tinsai Tamrat. So I really also appreciate their contribution in this work. Yeah. So as you may know, most micro, small, and medium enterprises are the backbones of less developing countries' economy. For example, when you see it in Ethiopia, it is the second largest employment generation sector, following the agriculture sector, and it has been also highly impacted by the COVID-19 because of its smallness and its nature by itself. The small-scale industry has been highly hit by the pandemic consequences. Those studies conducted on the impacts of COVID-19 and the performance of micro, small-scale enterprises has been conducted by different authors, especially in Asia and in Africa. For example, I take it in China, the small-scale industries has been temporarily closed. Around 80% of it has been temporarily closed in the first waves of the pandemic, and in Pakistan and in Sri Lanka, also in Tanzania, the same has been happened. And as we have explored the literatures from those sources, they were just highly focused on, the studies were focused on, mainly focused on the aggregate impacts of COVID-19 on the economic and human costs that gravely swelled micro, small, and medium enterprises. We see that little attention has been given for differentiated views of the effects of COVID-19 because the effects of COVID-19 is global and its impact is local. But the impact is not universally equal across different individuals and across different enterprises as well. So there is insufficient evidence on gender disaggregated impacts of COVID-19 on especially micro, small, and medium enterprise. And in most countries, either there is not collecting or not making available data disaggregated by sex or gender, and vital demographic characteristics were missed. So the impacts of COVID-19 different according to gender, leadership of a firm, and the firm's financial and economic capital as well, the resilient capacities of the community and the social group in general. So we assume that women operated micro and small scale enterprises are further impacted by the pandemic, given the multiple responsibilities of and burdens of the community at community level, because women can play different economic, social, and community roles at their household, so that they cannot operate, especially in this time of pandemic. They cannot just perform equally. So we like to identify the effects of COVID-19 performance or on the performance of small and micro enterprise sectors, and to make gender disaggregated comparisons of the effects of COVID-19 and identify coping strategies taken by different actors also. We used or we adopted explanatory research design, which follows hybrid of systemic review and preliminary information gathered from target participants. In so doing, we have extensively reviewed available literature, including policy documents, research paper, and the report in the relevant fields. We use key informant interview with micro, small, and medium enterprise operators representing all types of service like agriculture, industry, and apart from this, individual household interview where and also case studies has been also conducted. And to assure the data quality also, we have done data triangulation were also used to assure the reliability of the data from different sources. And we use also automatic analysis and summarization technique to analyze the data. When we come to the small and medium enterprises and COVID-19 impact in Ethiopia. The impacts of COVID-19 in Ethiopia is micro, small, and medium enterprise under two scenarios. In 3 months and 5 months scenarios has been studied. And huge accumulations of debate and decrease in wage and or employment has been seen. This is a study done by Batches in 2020. Only 53.9% of the firm remain profitable, and almost all firms in the highly impacted sectors registered even total losses. Similarly, the corporate income tax revenue loss is severe in 2020. The corporate will collect 75% of the baseline, that is 2019. This is a huge fail, 25% fail from the previous plans. So in Ethiopia, according to this classification, firms operated by impacted by COVID-19 has been done and recorded as high impact, medium impact, and low impact level. So accordingly, 974 firms were facing high impact with monthly revenue loss or reductions of 60%, and 4,236 firms were facing medium impact with 40% monthly revenue loss, and the remaining 6,011 were facing low impact with 20% losses. On aggregate, only 54 and 44% of all firms remained profitable under 3 months and 5 months scenarios of the study. So from the gendered data we have, around 17,633 enterprises in the study area, especially in the city, almost, which is 8,237, 46.7% of them were run and administered by female business operators. Here, almost 18.5% found in South Wolo zone are found in Desi town, where the agriculture sector minimum amount contains a minimum amount with 170 enterprises. So here is the types of enterprise disaggregated by sector. For example, in the city, when you come, the agriculture sector contains 170, and manufacturing is 541, and service sector 183, and sales and the other remaining. Overall, when we see in South Wolo zone and in the city, the sales sector, or which is the petty trading and like that, is containing the higher share or the higher proportions of the enterprises operated in the study area. So what about the gendered views of COVID-19 impact on SMEs? Here, women who were engaged in micro, small, and medium enterprise have been severely affected by the pandemic due to the nature of business they usually engaged in. They are engaged in less profitable businesses. And it is reported that from our interviews, we have seen that most women employed and engaged in service sectors like cafeteria, restaurants, fast food preparation, and small scale shops, which were highly hit by COVID-19 pandemic and has even a double burdens of influence over women's lives and livelihoods. For example, direct revenue loss and their business and job insecurity as they were fired from the job. So the sensitivities of the sector that they are working affects their life and livelihood in different burdens, like in multiple burdens. As a result of school shutdown even, the children were at home and mothers spent most of their time with daycaring and even of their children. And case study report from women reported that because of the restriction and new transportation rules, high transportation cost and input price reduced my daily income. And due to this, even I were not able to cover my daily expenses. This is the interview from one of our interview from the CCT. She reports. The same report from UN Women report also indicates that the pandemic-induced poverty surge will widen the gendered poverty gap because women were the highly vulnerable group in poverty, so that they were even previously they were discriminated or marginalized, and they are highly marginalized now and in the future also because of COVID-19. Yeah. So here we want to see also the major impacts are caused by COVID-19, who is more affected, and coping strategies taken by those male or female enterprises. Even though the effects of COVID-19 is influencing their enterprise, the final impact is just attacking women and men themselves. So here is the point. The major impact caused by COVID-19 reduced earning and low saving. In this issue, women are highly affected by earning reduction and saving reduction. So this has been strategies, those strategies that to cope up from this impact is they were cutting saving and finding credit from different sources like informal lenders and switching, even totally switching their business. So their coping strategy was very harsh coping strategy. That means not sustainable. Forced to engage in informal economy like begging and prostitution. This is highly impacting women, and supposed to give from government, that is support is given from the government. For example, in the city, there is one support system which is called all-in-one service, which is the supports of women, comprehensive supports of women in all aspects. So that provides a support to them, but that is somewhat not consistent or not sustainable. This kind of support was given for women and their business, which is highly cut. Have less access to special protection and burdened with unpaid care, domestic workers, and supply chain disruption for their micro small scale enterprise, and decrease in demand produced of micro and small scale enterprises, and reduce sales of profit even. This is affecting all both types of overall. Women and owned business were particularly vulnerable to the pandemic shocks as they were disproportionately informal and operate in less profitable sector. Here is the evidence, the impacts of COVID-19 evidence from the case studies. For example, one of our interview or our case owner. Yeah, I'm going to conclude. Yeah. Here is the owner of cookies and bread, just bakery. I faced a drastic loss of customer due to the interactions. My main customers were travelers in the bus station and local shops. Due to travel bans, I had a total loss of, and was forced to reduce 7 of 10 employees who were working in my enterprise, he says. The same was happening in case 32, which was shows also the owners of poultry production farm, and also the owners of also fish retailing farm. He also got also an opportunity, even he get an opportunity to join the the national supply chains of fish, because the local supply chains of fish was not safe and his customers were not interested to do that. The actions were also taken by the government. We have collected resources like food, clothes, and like that. Are you calling? We have also done a stakeholder analysis. Who is calling? So as a conclusion and some future forwards, The socioeconomic impacts of COVID-19 on micro, small, and medium enterprises were significantly shaped by employment, production, and revenue across different sectors. It made a gendered poverty gap greater than ever. Evidence supports also that COVID-19 pandemic induced gender poverty gap are widened and more imbalance affecting women than ever. So the coordination of stakeholders were in the supports of this sector and their business is particularly were weak and inconsistent. There was also homogeneous intervention were given for all types of micro, small, and medium enterprise, regardless of their financial sector, financial capital, the sector they operate, leadership like that. So sector-specific and gender-based support for micro and small-scale enterprises is very important. Providing direct financial support either through grant and loan for women and their own business, particularly those who are extremely affected, is also very essential. Coordination among stakeholders should be abide by laws, regulations, and responsibilities as well, and implement gender-responsive social protection system to support income security for women and men. Thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Amare, for this presentation. Ma'am, next we have Dr. Pinky Borwa, madam.
Okay, you can start.
Okay. And it's a request for request to all the delegates that due to shortage of time, so we can you can wind up your presentation within 7 to 8 minutes. That would be better for managing the time. Okay, thank you.
Hello. Hello, I'm trying to share my PPT. Actually, it's not coming. आया है क्या?
Hello. Hello, Pinky madam.
Good morning, everyone. Hello. Okay. Hello. Hello. Am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am. You are audible. Please continue.
Hello, sir. Am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am. You are absolutely audible. Please continue.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, uh, presenting my paper in this virtual international conference. Name of my paper is Coronavirus Disease, COVID-19 and Frontline Workers, an experience of female doctors working in the hospitals during the pandemic in India, in Assam. So, COVID-19 in short of form of coronavirus disease 2019, it is official name given by World Health Organization, originated from Wuhan, China in December 2019. From in the beginning of this year 2020, actually in the digital media and from the print media, we came to know about the coronavirus, which is highly contagious and can spread very easily and many countries are now affected by this virus. Coronavirus mainly spread from one person to another person, and it can spread very speedily. So from now all of you actually understood about coronavirus, all of you aware of coronavirus. So the government of the different countries announced social distance restriction on the people and the lockdown across the country. And that also in India also we are fighting with the coronavirus crisis. So that is why we also maintain some protocols like lockdown. Okay, we are observing lockdown since March 2020, and more than 1.9 million coronavirus infections have been reported actually till April 2020. So in this lockdown period and in this the pandemic period, this frontline doctors and the health workers are working hard for well-being of the patients, since the disease is highly contagious, and the primary challenges of all doctors to minimize the spread and the break of the chain of the virus. So it will be injustice if you talk about and if you confine these things to doctors only, because in the health sectors and all level of the workers, from the primary level workers, also from the safai karmasaris and the asa karmasaris, also has great contribution towards this pandemic. Universe of study. My universe of study is Assam. Since I'm from Assam, I have confined my study to Assam. The present study was carried out in Mahendra Mahan Chaudhary Hospital, Kamrup district, and the second one is Fakhruddin Ali Ahmed Medical College Hospital at Borpeta district. I have chosen these two government medical hospitals because initially these government hospitals were only treating the COVID positive patients. Yes, of course, in the later days, these private hospitals were also engaged in this COVID-19 disease treatment. The next is data methods and methodology. Time of data collection is from April. Since April, actually, I have been collecting information, April 22 till August 2020. And then the present study is mainly qualitative in nature, and the data obtained by using questionnaire. The study is based on qualitative research, and the thematic analysis method was used to analyze interview transcript. I use in-depth interview and telephonic interview to collect information due to lockdown and to maintain the social distance because of this pandemic. And of course, I have collected some information from the secondary source as well, because so many news is coming in the digital media and the print media as well. So that is, I have incorporated that thing also, or that thing also in my work. So the study is done among the female doctors and interviewed as the respondents. Statement of the research problem. In India, India is actually is not ready for such pandemic, and because India is already suffering from so many problems and facing shortage of essential medical equipments in the health sector, and like Assam is also facing same scarcity of medical equipments and the health workers. Many reports are coming from across the world that the number of health workers are getting infected and died due to COVID-19. Therefore, the government of Assam became very careful in appointing the medical staff for COVID-19 duty. This frontline worker, doctors, and the healthcare workers are working hard for the well-being of the patients. Since the disease is highly contagious, the primary challenge of all the doctors to minimize the spread and break the chain of the disease. So coming to the discussion, um, I actually collected information from doctors irrespective of gender, but since this conference is on the gender aspects and gender experiences during the COVID-19, so I confined my work to female doctors. So I have seen psychological stress among the female doctors. Female doctors have been facing a COVID-19 duty stress and a fear as it is highly contagious. During this lockdown and the pandemic, actually, most of the women we are following the government of Assam protocol and government of India that we have to stay indoor. Not only women, even men also. So, but the lady doctors and those who are female doctors, they have to go out because it is their duty. So, for general duty and for this COVID duty, they have to go and they have to treat the patient. So that is why that is the another they are facing a duty stress and fear also. Then, particularly the female doctors always face the threat of contagious infections and passing it on their children and their own family. So another stress is that it can pass from her to their children and the family as well, because I have some respondents who are mothers of 2 3 children. So that is why she has that stress that she may spread this thing to her family. Then, with the increasing positive cases of COVID-19, we are these lady doctors are fear of getting exposed to the highly contagious virus, even after wearing the PPE kit and the mask. Then wearing PPE kit. Wearing PPE kit is very difficult. They have a special outfit that is PPE kit, that is personal protective equipments, and also they have to wear 2 3 masks. One is N95 and another is operation mask. So these things also makes them very uncomfortable. They cannot eat, they cannot drink for 6 to 7 hours. So uh, that is the that is the problem wearing this PPE kit. Then second is working for the 6 hours in the personal protective equipments inside the COVID ward is also hard. Then thirdly, the women doctors during the time of the month wearing PPE kit and working in the COVID-19 is also not easy, because I have some respondents who were during periods also, monthly periods also, they are assigned to the COVID duty, but they cannot deny the duty. They have to do the duty, and they have done the duty, but they have shared that it is quite difficult wearing that, and wearing the sanitary pad, and wearing also this PPE kit is quite tough. Then the fear of infection and passing it into their children and family. That is also stress. In stress already I told you. So they have, with the stress, they have fear also, fear of infection and passing it to their children and the family. Because many doctors, they have been infected with by using the PPE kit and the mask also. So there is no guarantee, okay, that if they use PPE kit, they will not get infected. Then second is during their quarantine days, they have faced psychosomatic stress for the COVID-19. This government in this government hospitals, after this COVID duty, government arrange a place where they have to stay for 12 to 15 days. That is the quarantine days. That also they face so many stress and problem, because next again they have to do the test. They also have to they also have the fear of test, the COVID-19 test, because they have to go for the test after every COVID ward duty. So that is another stress, that this uh, test will come positive or negative. That is also another stress for them. Then lastly, loss of job and punishment transfer. Yes, of course, during the pandemic in Assam, actually, it was like that. The doctors, if they denied the COVID ward duty, they may have to lost their duty, and or sometimes there is punishment transfer is also there, and so
Thank
that
you,
is
madam.
why. Yes.
Yeah, can you just sum up within 2 minutes?
Yes, yes, sure, sure. That
Thank you.
is why this is also another thing of fear. So coming to the conclusion, it is found that so it's found that the various reports from the numerous doctors and the health workers has been infected and dying due to the COVID-19 across the world. Even in India and Assam also, many doctors and the health workers have been infected due to COVID-19, and they are dying. They are dying due to COVID-19 actually. So so like and these doctors, they are getting infected despite wearing PPE kit and dying, which makes these frontline workers demotivated towards their duty. So this is also another thing, and so that is why and the last, I just want to say that we should also, this pandemic, from this pandemic, we should also understand and recognize that they are also human beings with fear, anxiety, and family, and they also want to survive. Thank you so much. With this, I wind up with this presentation. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So we shall go to the next presenter today. It's Chanambam Ritu Devi. Ma'am, are you there? Ritu Devi, ma'am. Chanambam Ritu Devi, ma'am, are you there? Wait. Okay, please proceed with your presentation.
ये ऑफ कैसे करते हैं मुझे कुछ पता नहीं है थैंक यू सो मच यार तुमको तो बाहर
Hello, Madam Ritu Devi. Hello, are you there? We can't hear you actually.
Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, yes, please proceed.
Okay, sir.
Madam Ritu Devi, please, yes, yes, please try to cover up within 7 to 8 minutes. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
A very warm good morning to all. Respected chairperson and everyone present here in this webinar. My special thanks to Dr. Bijoy, who has been responding positively to me from the time I contacted him regarding this webinar. My thanks also to El Mujinro, my senior colleague, who is also going to present his paper in today's afternoon session. He has been constantly encouraging me to participate and present paper in seminars and webinars. Thank you once again. Let's start. We are experiencing one of the greatest challenges we have experienced in over a century because of the coronavirus pandemic. Reports have been made about the economic impact of the pandemic. The poor and marginalized communities being the most affected. Women street vendors are among them. Now, a street vendor is a person who offers sales, who offers goods for sale to public at large without having a permanent business structure on which to sell. They may be stationary as they occupy space or pavement or public or private spaces, or they may be mobile as they move from place to place by carrying their wares on push carts or in baskets or their heads. People have migrated from rural areas or small towns to large cities in search of employment. They have low skills, and when they do not find a means of livelihood, they take to street vending, and this becomes the easiest form of, for earning their livelihood. Majority of the street vendors in Manipur are women. They sell a variety of goods, as you can see from the examples of the street vending before lockdown. Now, my objective of the study was to know the history of street vendors, to know the origin of women street vendors of Manipur, to know how COVID-19 has impacted the Ima market, and to know the problems faced by women street vendors. For the present study, women vendors were interviewed informally. Instead being the center of street vending, I interviewed around 50 women vendors and asked questions related to the objectives of the study. They were asked questions while buying wares from them and without letting them know that they were being interviewed. This was done to let them speak out from their past about their conditions due to this pandemic. Now let's come to the history of street vendors. Street vendors have been in existence since the ancient times. In all civilizations, traveling merchants sold their wares in the town by means of house to house. We have also heard stories about merchants trading in neighboring countries during ancient and medieval times. People in those times tolerated them and were discouraged. But now they are targeted by municipalities and police in the urban areas as illegal traders. They are not given the same measure of dignity and tolerance as they were given in ancient times. These are the images of some traders of ancient India. Now coming to women street vendors of Manipur. Ima or Mother's Market is a unique symbol of Manipur's history. It is believed to be Asia's largest all-women market and possibly the world. The market dates back to the 16th century. The market women only workforce originated as a result of the enforcement of Lama Saba, a system of military conscription, which is an ancient forced labor system in Manipur that sent men of the native community to occupy foreign lands and fight wars to known people. The women stayed back in the villages, working in their own paddy fields, taking care of the household, and selling their market. This led to the creation of markets where women played a central role. The most important and largest one being the Ima factory. Ima market has continued to thrive over the years, offering visitors everything. The market has around 5,000 women vendors running the stall. So these are some images of old Ima market. And this is the present Ima market, one is of the night view. Coming to the Ima market, the Ima market came to a screeching halt since March this year due to the lockdown enforced by the government because of COVID-19. The street vending sector has severely impacted, and the women street vendors bore the brunt of it. This has impacted women severely both economically and socially. Those jobs, as they are unable to set up their unit on the street, which is their only source of income, and they are socially traumatized and with extra household burdens, violence by men at home, and sexual harassment. The families depend on the income daily, and they are staff as a market.
ना नेटवर्क इशू हो रहा है इसका अच्छे से आवाज नहीं आ रहा है
Economic hardship faced by women street vendors.
हाँ
The last 7 months have been akin to a life where so this is the Ima market before and
pharmacy
the last 7 months have been akin to a life where for majority of women street vendors. The vendors are now forced between fight for the hunger and fear of virus. Before the lockdown, thousands of women vendors would wake up in the wee hours of the day, but buy their goods from a wholesale market and set up shop a few hours later. But ever since the outbreak, they have been struggling to make ends meet. Initially, these women could understand why there was a need to shut the market due to the coronavirus pandemic, but as time passes, they are beginning to continue to choose between the starvation and the virus. Financially, they are shattered, and that has led to a near mental breakdown with stress and tension building up every passing day. Making ends meet and having two meals a day is now a big problem. For many of them, making life a hell. Some have to cut down meal portions that they usually have. Considering the financial woes, Chief Minister of Manipur Biren Singh on 26 August distributed loans to 1 to 6 land vendors of different districts. So the problems I have put in my paper have been in discussion since day one of this webinar. So I would directly come to the conclusion. So these are the problems: the water and sanitation, gender-based violence, and coming on to conclusion, low availability of food and access to the market and other distribution system is going to affect humans' nutrition and well-being more. Women street vendors are on the receiving end of the devastating crisis. Street vendors are an integral part of the economy and specific focus should be given to them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Devi ma'am. And so we are going to the next presenter, Mr. Ambutay Talukdar will be presenting next. His topic is official approach to battle against sexual harassment of women at workplace. So
Vijay sir,
yeah, so I
am
request,
I audible?
yes, absolutely. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Actually, due to certain reason, I am not able to share my screen because my laptop is not working. So I am connected with my mobile. I'll later on I will send my PPT to the WhatsApp group. Is it okay, sir?
Yeah, it is fine.
Okay. Thank you. Uh, Good morning, Honorable Chairperson of this very technical session, and good morning to all of you present here. This is Abu Tahir Talukdar.
Good morning.
Research Scholar, Department of Law, Assam University, Silchar. So I am here to present my paper named Judicial Approach to Battle Against the Threat of Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace. The history of mankind is the witness of the repeated injury by the men towards women, whether it may be the domestic level or in any other institution. We only consider that all men and women are equal. They endowed certain inalienable right to by the Creator. They enjoyed right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness for the sake of self-confidence. The criminal justice system is the main key to address the violence against women, but many times it fails to uphold the women's right. The working group must be contributing for the speedy and efficient implementation of legislation against sexual offences. It has been observed that social problems have been addressed by criminalizing the conduct in spite of solving the problem without any criminal sanctions. Though many laws were made to prevent the sexual violence against women, but it is very painful to state that such problems are still exist in all over the world. It affects all the women, which is a big problem in the corporate sector as well as educational and other public institutions. Nowadays, even men are facing such problems at workplace. There need to do much more for the eradication of sexual harassment at workplace and also to discover the actual causes of the problem and solution for the same. Before we moving on, the next issues, we have to understand the definition of the workplace sexual harassment. The Supreme Court observed that sexual harassment includes such unwelcome sexually determined behavior, whether it is directly or any other way, as physical contact and advances, a demand or request for sexual favors, sexually colored remarks, showing pornography, any other unwelcome physical, verbal, or non-verbal conduct of sexual nature. Section 2N of Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace, Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal Act 2013 said these above things as a definition of the workplace sexual harassment. The United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, in its General Recommendation number 9 and Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, 1979, defines sexual harassment of women as include such unwelcome sexually determined behavior as physical contact and advances, sexually colored remarks, showing pornography and sexual demands whether by words or action. Such conduct can be humiliating and may constitute a health and safety problem of women. It is discriminatory when the woman has reasonable ground to believe that her objection would disadvantage her in connection with with her employment, including recruitment or promotion, or when it creates a holistic work or hostile work environment. Next is equality international and Indian perspective. Sexual harassment of women at workplace in human rights perspective, Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948 declares that all human beings are born free and they are equal in dignity and rights. UN Declaration on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, 1967 prohibits all discrimination against women since such discrimination violates the principle of equality of right and respect of human dignity. In Indian constitutional law perspective, Article 14, 15A and 16 of the Constitution declares that gender equality is a fundamental right and violation of such right is punishable. The right granted by the clause G of Article 19(1)A of Indian Constitution is intended to ensure that the rights of citizen to work in any profession does not depend upon the grant by the state. Each citizen has a privilege to bear on any profession, trade, or any businesses. Any act of sexual harassment is a violation of women's right to privacy and also violation of her right to personal liberty under Article 21 of the Indian Constitution. Next is workplace sexual harassment and COVID-19. Workplace sexual harassment attacks a person's gender or sexuality and is gender-based violence. Sexual harassment is an abuse of power and it can increase when work stability is threatened. Various researches shows that gender-based violence like workplace sexual harassment, domestic violence, sexual and physical violence increases during the pandemic, that is COVID-19. According to report of International Finance Corporation, a World Bank group, employees may also be harassed by their colleague or supervisor using online technology. Employees are also highly threatened risk of quid pro quo sexual harassment at companies that are restructuring or downsizing. Employees who are victimized may not report the sexual harassment cases because of their apprehension, particularly if the harasser has the power to reduce their wages or shift or stand them down or make them redundant. According to World Health Organization, globally, 1 woman out of 3 have experienced physical and sexual violence by their intimate. According to report of IFRC, in the COVID-19 pandemic, the cases of sexual exploitation, gender-based violence, and violence against women, physical and virtual sexual harassment has increased in comparison to other normal days. Online sexual harassment against women has become highly prevalent amid the enhanced community quarantine during COVID-19. According to NCA UK, Swedish police authority, there is already an increase in online child sexual exploitation since COVID-19 lockdowns. In Kenya, National Council on Administration of Justice reported a significant spike in sexual offenses in many parts of the country since March 2020. Judicial approach to battle against the threat of sexual harassment, workplace sexual harassment. Judiciary has always evolved new approaches to deliver the justice in the to the underprivileged and improvised section of the society who countenance the sexual violence in silence. The judiciary put many new ways and set new dimension to deliver justice. The judiciary always follow the principle of natural justice and rule of law, and no one is above the law. In the eye of judiciary, to get justice, everyone is equal. There is no hierarchical system to get justice. Before 1997, the word sexual harassment directly not in use in any laws in India, but the behavior related to the sexual harassment is punishable under various sections of Indian Penal Code. It was the year 1997 where Supreme Court gives guidelines in Vishaka versus State of Rajasthan, the landmark case on sexual harassment about the sexual harassment of women at workplace, and held that this is violation of women's rights. The guideline defines sexual harassment, and the Supreme Court stated to impose the compulsory duty on the employer to make the complaint mechanism to initiate criminal action against the offender, take certain preventive measures or create awareness among the workers about the guideline, and protect women against the act who commits against them. In Vishaka versus State of Rajasthan and Apparel Export Promotion Council versus Eka Chopra, Supreme Court observed that each attempt of sexual harassment of women at the workplace result of violation of fundamental right to the woman to her gender equality in Article 14 and the right to life and personal liberty under Article 21 of the Indian Constitution, obligation to protect and preserve this fundamental right. The case of Albert Debit Limited versus Anuradha Chaudhary and others, where plaintiff requested to defendant number 1 to instruct the attendant to switch off the AC machine, but in reply, defendant number 1 said, "Come close to me, you will start feeling hot," can also be constructed to be sexual harassment at workplace. In 9th US Court of Appeals, Yamaguchi versus Widnall had said that an employer is liable for a coerced sexual harassment only if or to take adequate remedial measures.
Hello.
Vijay sir.
Hello. Yeah. Can you just sum up within 2 minutes, please?
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
Now I'm in conclusion part. Sexual harassment at is simple act found in everywhere all over the world. Sexual sex touch, shopping is every day. Power this is time. It is unconstitutional. In in Article 9 of the sexual harassment workplace until region, they have right parts business that was held equality provision under Article 14, 15, and right to life under Article 21 of the Constitution. As to put any harassment is create economy in women's public life amount to an offense. By judgment, the scenario of Indian judiciary has changed, and it provides various guidelines in order to protect the woman from sexual harassment at work. And it gives definition of sexual harassment. And these are not and investigate the code details inquiry inquiry to misconduct of delinquent. Which I completed. Lastly, I want to thank the convener, Dr. Vijay Das, and other co-conveners, and all the faculty members of Humanities and Social dominantly.
Hello.
Ah,
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Avatahe sir, for your
thank you.
presentation. Okay, so we will move to the next presentation. Is Mr. Nanjuti sir is there?
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah. Okay. I think Dr. Abhimanyu sir is not there, and
Okay.
Dr. Bipin Chandra Chobe he will present the next session due to some issues. So please, you may proceed with your presentation.
Okay.
And please try to sum up within 7 to 8 minutes.
Okay. Fine. Good morning, everyone. Am my presentation visible to all?
Yes, yes, it is visible.
Okay. 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 Thank you, Vijay sir, for giving me this, for forefronting my presentation, because I'm extremely sorry today I have another important function. My sister's marriage is going on the other side, so I had to hurry. So I'll just start with my presentation. At first, I would like to thank Dr. Aditi Nath, Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology, is my PhD guide, and Madam Aldi asked me to join the conference and make a presentation. So I'll just start. My topic is disaster management and gender crisis amidst the pandemic. So as we all know that that because of this pandemic, the profound shock of our societies and economics, the COVID-19 pandemic has created some crisis in the for the gender issues, and the women have earlier also they were like facing a lot of problem and the limitation, but because of this pandemic, those problems have increased, and my whole presentation will be on that, how the how pandemic, how COVID-19 had affect the gender, like the woman. So disaster, all we know, like nature and man-made, how the disasters are, like major nature disasters, like these are the nature cyclone and all, like minor natural disasters. Then major man-made disaster like setting of fire, epidemic, which is one. So we will be like disaster, then again we will be discussing on man-made disaster, that is epidemic. Then gender crisis in disaster management. First one is like disaster preparedness measures after do not reach women, marginalized men, and transgenders. So, sorry, this is not after, it's often do not reach women, marginalized men, and transgender people. And at the same time, disaster have worse impact on the above group. Above group means, I mean, the women, marginalized men, and transgenders. Again, if you see the disaster management have lesser access to response and recovery measures of these groups. These groups have again a very limited access to response and recovery measures. Then again, if we see the above group are again the greater assault of their bodily integrity. Then I'll just try to skip. Then the need and interest of this group, like women, marginalized men, and transgenders are given least, importance in the all this in while making this disaster management policies and plan. And again this are these three groups, like women, marginalized men, and transgender only face heavy workload in case of any disaster, either it is man-made or natural. Reasons for gender crisis in disaster: first is individual identity, that we all know how the individual identity affects the you know gender. Then again, household identity, that identity they carry within the household. Then the community identity, which limits them from various access to the resources. Then habitat location, the location they were habited in. Then the most importantly, pre-existing norms, like gender blind policies and laws, like the policies and laws that we have in terms of disaster management,
which are completely gender blind, and pre-disaster context, in gender blind in pre-disaster context. In the context of pre-disaster, the completely gender blind. They have given less importance to the need of the gender. So, what is the impact of COVID-19 on women? The first one is violence against women. So, if we see, like before pandemic, it was like 243. My all these data are based on UN report, United Nations report. So, before pandemic, there were like 243 million women and girls aged 15 to 49 experienced sexual or physical violence by inmate partner in the past years. But since pandemic, the violence against women, especially domestic violence, has intensified. This is all because of the pandemic and lockdown. We have to be, there are so many issues generated, which which resulted in the increase of violence against women, especially domestic violence. And if we see the third one, healthcare workers. So, so if we see the global health care worker ratio, then 70% are the women. Only 30%, ladies in global health sector. Global health sector, social care 70%. So mostly the women only are working and trying to battle COVID-19 in this scenario, which another problem, because they have to maintain both the things, like at a home or also at the health care institutes. Then if we see the fourth one is women's health. So like earlier it was like 810 women dies every day. Now after this pandemic, this situation has also increased. Then if I come to economic shocks, so if I come to economic shock, if I talk about economic shocks and unpaid works, most of the women are like, have to do some extra work, and they have to perform lots of unpaid work during this lockdown and during the COVID-19. And if we see the majority of the, this thing, jobs that have to be, cut off are like the jobs which are done by the women, especially if we see this, the odd jobs and in the unorganized sector, it is mostly the women that have to face the unemployment. And not to further much, I would go to the last and the very important is the migrant. So we know that the situation of migrant labor during this COVID-19, and it was also known by all of us that how the women have faced it. Like there are 136 million women migrants and 66 million women, and since COVID-19 has caused 25 million jobs to be lost globally, with women migrant worker particularly vulnerable. So 25 million, 25 million women migrant labor has lost their jobs due to the COVID-19. So I believe that if we put a deep thought, then I think this entire disaster management policies and the COVID-19 situations has resulted in and has created a huge gender crisis. And in the coming days, we think we all should take some very important steps, at least to aware the policymakers to include and to oversee these factors, which impact, which have a great impact on the woman's life, especially. So I'll just conclude with that women faces unprecedented challenges imposed by COVID-19 pandemic. Emerging evidence suggested that women are unduly burdened by inequitable access to economic, health, and social resources during the pandemic. For many women, COVID-19 has presented new urgency to challenge and eliminate unique issues long encountered. Gender roles such as family, caregiving, and frontline occupation increase women's exposure to COVID-19 infection and critical outcomes. So I'll just conclude with these lines. And these are my references, mostly from Human and Worldwide Dashboard, WHO Live Station, and there's one other report called Shadow Pandemic. And that's all. And I'm extremely sorry because I have to hurry for the other, pre-decided program that we have. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Nanjoti sir, for your this wonderful presentation. So we are moving towards the next presentation is by Mr. Kastab Chaudhary on the topic rights of elderly women in disastrous situation, challenges and redressal. So I request Kastab Chaudhary sir, please continue with your presentation.
Am I audible, sir? Am I visible?
Yes, it's fine. Thank you.
So, very good afternoon, respected Chairperson Dr. Manideepa Gurva ma'am, for giving me an opportunity to present this paper on the virtual conference on strategic responses towards promoting sustainable gender equality, experiences from outbreak of COVID-19. I'm very much grateful to Assam Downtown University, especially Dr. Vijay Das and his wonderful team for organizing such a beautiful virtual conference. So this paper that I have submitted in this particular aspect, let me present it. I have just, due to some issues, I have just converted it to a PPT. So let me just present it. So this is my paper. I have submitted 16 pages paper, but due to the time constraints and all these things, I'm not going into the details of the minute details of all the aspects. But at the very beginning, when I'm discussing these concepts of elderly women, the first thing that we have to understand is, as per law, whom should we call an elderly person? So at the first thing that comes to our mind is we can go on with the discussion of Vienna or Vienna Convention or the Madrid Plan of Action that were convened under the auspices of United Nations. But if we come to Indian perspective, we see that we have a policy of government in 1991, and we have an Act of 2007, which says that the maintenance and welfare of parents and senior citizens. So they define that the term 60 years should be defined as the a benchmark to define who is an older person or not. So in this particular article, I mean to say a submission, I have considered 60 years as a preliminary or the benchmark for deciding who is an older person or not. Now, when I'm using the term disastrous situation, it can amplify or it can mean to the COVID also or the other situations as well. So here, the one more important aspect that I have mentioned in this particular page 3 that I stated that if we see the demography says that from 2011 census, from 2021 census, and the next census that we're going into, we have seen a rise of older persons. And this particular study was done particularly with respect to older women. So when we come to the older women and specifically their rights in terms of discrimination and other aspects, we see that they are facing several discrimination. So I have mentioned several provisions of CEDAW and other aspects, but I'm not going into the details of all those, where it will be digressing from our particular aspects, that how we uphold the rights of the elderly person. So the discussion and the solution of this particular aspect can be addressed with only one thing, and that is if we try to uphold the human rights of the elderly person, and especially the elderly woman person, and along with it we can address this whole issue. One more thing that we can do in this particular aspect is that we can specify a targeted legislation which targets the elderly woman person and protects their right specifically. So some rights that I have mentioned in my submission is the right to life, then freedom from torture and inhuman treatment, freedom from arbitrary detention, from judicial resolution, and the right to family. So family life, right to privacy, political rights, so these are some of the rights that get vehemently discriminated, vehemently, I mean to say, disregarded is being done during this time of COVID-19. So if I can cite the address that was done in Second Assembly on 18, it says that we are facing an unprecedented demographic transformation, and the solution to it can be only this: that there are the protection of human rights and targeted specific legislation. So when we are discussing this particular concept of economic and social rights, we are paying attention to promoting the economic, social, and cultural rights of the elderly. Okay? And the right to social security is often presented as particularly crucial to the elderly. And if we focus on the human rights in the area of economic, social, and cultural rights as well, it provides that everyone shall have a right to social security, protecting him or her from the consequences of old age and of the disability which prevents him physically or mentally from securing the means for a dignified and decent existence. So one, I would say one limitation of my submission on one scope of my submission is that the research carried out was totally doctrinal and it was explanatory in so it can be one of the lacuna and the future researchers can carry out with this particular aspect and go on with the further research. So in my conclusion, I have mentioned that there is a natural trajectory that there is a discourse on human rights and we have to identify those particular aspects where we can specifically address those and we can go ahead and proceed with our objective of upholding the human rights of the elderly person. And since this paper is primarily focusing on the elderly person, so to focus directly on them. So this is just my humble submission. The references I have mentioned in this particular aspect. And I am open to questions. If any questions, I will be glad to answer them. So that is all my submission. And again, I am grateful to the team for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Kaustubh sir. It's for your this very brief and nice presentation. So thank you so much. We are moving to the and we'll be having discussions later on the after the completion of the presentations. Next, we have the last presenter of this session is Sanasam Dineshwari on the topic Manipur during the pandemic of COVID-19. So, Madam, please, you may proceed with the presentation.
Sir, I'm audible.
Yeah, absolutely. Please.
So my laptop is not working, so I'm present. I will send my PPT. So today I'm doing on mobile. Sir, I'm audible. Hello, sir. Sir.
Yes,
Hello?
yes, you are audible, please. You are audible, please.
Yes,
Please
you are
continue.
audible. I can hear you. I am the chairperson, Maniriba Bora. Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you, ma'am. So, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you all for being here for today's virtual international conference on strategy response toward promoting sustainable gender equality experience from the outbreak of COVID-19. So today I'm going to talk on Manipur during the pandemic of COVID-19, socioeconomic issues of rural women of Manipur. So social economy is primarily concerned with the interplay between social processes and economic activities within a society. An individual's socioeconomic status can significantly impact their educational attainment and financial security. One common issue of socioeconomic is poverty, and socioeconomic issues are the factors that have negative influence on an individual economic activities, including lack of education, cultural and religious discrimination, overpopulation, unemployment, and corruption. Poverty is also a variable that determines one's socioeconomic status, meaning an individual or group position within a hierarchical social structures which depend on a combination of variables, including occupation, education, income, wealth, and place of residence. In Manipur, socioeconomic status of women play a very vital role in both individuals and community life, as women constitute half of the society. women dominates the market in the rural and urban area. Rural women of Manipur can be considered as a symbol of hardworking women in Manipur. Now, they are also actively participate in the entrepreneurial activities. Rural women of Manipur are working for the families and for the children by doing many business in the market. They are also generating incomes through handlooms and handicraft activities. Therefore, improving in economic condition of the rural women who brings sense in the society. On the other hand, from the beginning of this year, 2020, a new infectious disease caused by the new virus called coronavirus has been attacked in the entire world. So we all know that this coronavirus spread primarily through droplets of saliva or discharge from nose when an infected cause of sneezing. The best way to prevent from this virus is the understanding and maintenance of COVID-19. Here, particularly, I present in the socioeconomic issues of rural women of Manipur before and during the pandemic of coronavirus, as the whole world is seeking in the flood of coronavirus. Small state like Manipur also face many severe conditions. So, socio-economic issues of rural women of Manipur before and during the pandemic of COVID-19. In Manipur, from the historic period, women have been an important part of the society. In the rural area of the state, numbers of women who employed by the government is very less from the others. The literacy rate of the women is also less. But Manipur witnessed the successful role of collective women's power in the past and also in the present day. There is something which we can celebrate, but there is still mismatch between rural women's roles and their status in the society. So our Manipuri rural women role in the socio-economic and cultural life of Manipur is significant. They never stay behind the wall. Most of them are doing activities of buying and selling goods in the market. Their unique role in the market will be known if one visits Koraman Bazaar at the heart of Imphal. They are greatly involved in the agricultural related activities. They are also artistic and creative, which they prove in the field of handloom, handicraft, and dance. So especially the Manipur women dominate in the fields of sports, not only in the national level, but also in the international level is remarkable. There are many rural people who bring best reward for the state and for the country. In the rural area, handloom is very important income generating activities for the Manipuri rural women from the time immemorial, and handloom industry has been playing a very vital role in the economic of Northeast India and especially to Manipur. The traditional skill of handloom weaving is not only a status symbol for the women folk, but it's also an indispensable aspect of the socio-economic life. Handloom weaving is by far the largest and the most important cottage industry in the state. From the employment point of view, it has occupied a position providing employment to great numbers of women. As we know, our state Manipur is a small state in Northeast India. There are many people who face the issues of poverty since various years. As behalf of the families, rural women who earn money for food for their families face many problems due to coronavirus. Then they earn money to provide education, food, clothes, and everything to their children. There are many poor rural women who depends on the market of Manipur, especially on Koraman Bazaar. They live their life by earning daily essential things in the market. But from the last 8 months of this year, rural women have no issue to their socioeconomic life. They have no ability to make source of their incomes under this lockdown of COVID-19. They lost their livelihoods and their children carry day by day. This is the big storm faced by the rural women this year. They're becoming poorer more than before coronavirus. There are also many women who could not afford license for selling their products in the market. Livelihoods of rural women in the socio-economic life is of them. The main livelihood like handloom, handicraft, selling vegetables and clothes and other income generating activities is totally shutting down with the lockdown.
So rural women are the one of the main part of producing our all land product like vegetable, fruits, cloth, etc. They never stop their role in the society. They work in the farms and fields to produce vast product for the states, but all the efforts they made are on freeze during the pandemic season. On the other hand, price of all the commodities have been hit unreasonably. Our rural women think only how to survive. As the parents, they also have many tension for their children's career and for running families. So, but the reason of no income, they have more concentrate on food for their life. Yes, we have to face this issue because this is not our state issue. This is government issues of this year. But the possible arise question is how can we face this vast issue without food? One day our society may be severely suffer more than suffering from coronavirus due to rise socio-economic issue. Here, one most thankful step of our respective government is providing rice for free. Many organizations and groups also make provided other necessary food items and medicine for free. And now we unlocked in some views, but still we feel the fear of coronavirus. Rural women living with selling vegetables and other items in the market are still in difficult lives. There are many rural women who do not have source of income as they already lost their income generating activities with the COVID-19. These are some issues of Manipuri rural women before and during the pandemic season of coronavirus. That is lastly, my conclusion is, as mentioned in the above, Manipuri rural women role in the socio-economic life of Manipur is very significant. Due to coronavirus, our women face many issues in their socio-economic life. Even after unlock, there are many women who lost their source of income due to the outbreak of COVID-19. So this is the very need time to cooperate each other by maintaining soft. Lastly, we all had a worse experience from the pandemic outbreak of coronavirus, but our only by government we also require to understand this virus and also we require to help each other. Thank you. Stay home, stay safe.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for this nice presentation. So now we'll be moving towards a discussion for 5 minutes. If anyone have any queries, um, Manitipa ma'am is there, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Hand over to you, ma'am, for discussions and all. Hello. Hello, Manideepa ma'am. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, absolutely.
Yes. Okay. Since there are no questions, can I wind up?
Yes, ma'am. Then
Just I'll give out brief outline of what has been presented today in my session. Okay.
Yeah,
So are a number of presentations, women and policy about women and policy initiative in the beginning, then gender effects of COVID-19, anxiety and stress during the pandemic, then fear and anxiety of frontline workers, doctors, as in spite of wearing PPE kits, they were infected, and financial and economic crisis during pandemic, disaster management and gender crisis in COVID, rights of early elderly. Then lastly, Manipur during pandemic and especially women. So these were the presentations made, and I hope they have been helpful to the listeners. And all the best, and take care. And thank you for having me. Thank you.
Okay. So with your permission, ma'am, we can now wind up the session.
Yes, we
And
can.
yeah,
Can I log
and
out?
this yes, ma'am, miss. But ma'am, thank you so much for joining us, and you have given your valuable time for this, sharing this session. And
Thank you, Dr.
we
Vijay.
are actually much delay, 25 minutes of this means exceeding the time. So we're sorry for this inconvenience also. So, ma'am, we'll be looking forward more of from you in the near future.
And Dr. Bijoy, I want to congratulate you. You have conducted the session very well.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. So, dear all the participants and the delegates, so we'll be again joining sharp at 1 o'clock, because our Professor Niti Jain ma'am will be there with her speech on the there is a women livelihood on the issues. So we'll write back around 1 o'clock. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, good afternoon, one and all, and welcome back to the final session of this 3-day conference, international conference. We welcome our speaker, plenary speaker, Dr. Professor Niti Jain, ma'am. Ma'am, we welcome you. We are just within few minutes. We are going to start the session. We won't be taking much time for this.
Okay, fine.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. Are you there? Ma'am, this is Mrinal.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, ma'am. Welcome to you in our virtual conference.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
I'm audible?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, you are audible.
Fine, fine. एक्चुअली मैं अभी एक मीटिंग से फ्री हुई हूँ.
आपने बोला था मैडम.
नहीं, ये अभी अचानक से एक मीटिंग हुई थी, उसके बाद फिर मुझे दूसरी में जाना है. हाँ हाँ, तो ये मीटिंग अभी 12:30 से स्टार्ट हुई.
अच्छा अच्छा.
उसको अभी
हाँ, इसके अंदर ही हो
उसे
जाएगा. अभी हम शुरू करेंगे. 1 मिनट.
ठीक, ओके फाइन.
1 मिनट, अभी शुरू.
Afrin ma'am is there? Afrin ma'am?
Yeah, she is joining. Vijay sir, she is just joining.
Okay.
नेट स्लो है, नहीं तो अब यहाँ जाओ. यहाँ जाओ. Okay.
Is it fine, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, she has joined. Afrin ma'am has joined.
Okay, Afrin ma'am, please. Yeah, proceed.
Yes. Apology for all the inconvenience. All right.
Not at all.
Welcome you all to the last part of this entire international virtual conference. So once again, I would like to start by giving a special mention to Dr. Bijoy Das sir, conference convener, Dr. Asha Sharma ma'am, Dr. M.K. Dev sir, co-convener, and we also have one international convener, co-convener with us. So Dr. Tinsai today's chairperson is a very special guest. And the first speaker is
Afrin ma'am, it is not clear from your end.
Migrant labor.
I think network issues.
Okay. Okay. Am I audible now?
Yeah, audible.
Alright. So once again, I would like to welcome our special guest, Niti Jain ma'am. She is the professor and head of the Department of Economics from AdtU, MP, India. Her topic for today is migrant labor. A little bit about Niti ma'am I would like to mention. So Niti ma'am, doctorate in economics and specializes. She has specialized in microeconomics. And thank you for joining us, ma'am, and
Okay.
ma'am from here.
चलिए ठीक है, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही थी, मुझे क्लियर नहीं हुआ। एनीवे, ऑनलाइन मोड से जुड़े हुए संबद्ध सारे सभी लोगों को मेरा सादर अभिवादन। और इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस होने के कारण मैं पहले आप लोगों को इंग्लिश में करती हूँ और उसके बाद फिर मैं अपने ओरिजिनल टॉपिक पर आती हूँ। A warm good morning to esteemed personages. First and foremost, I proffer my greeting to Honorable Chancellor Dr. Anand Datta, distinguished personality at national and international level. I owe much gratitude to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor N.C. Tendulkar of Assam Downtown University, whose stewardship gave structure to the progress and organized a first basic number of symposia. Dr. Dev and Dr. Bijoy Das and all the staff members are especially thanked and complimented for their enormous and high quality I'm audible? I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are audible. You are audible.
Enormous and high quality support. My compliments to participants, speakers for all their prudent input and for many fruitful discussions and meaningful interaction. The themes we are going to discuss are very timely in the circumstances of this pandemic, which is having a major impact on the future, not just from the virus itself, but because of its impacts on the overall health system. Big natural disaster, which many member countries have also experienced in recent times, can themselves trigger socio-economic changes. It is my hope that this international conference will provide plenty of opportunity for us to exchange useful views, ideas, and experience which will influence our future activity as well as our present work. Your voice and engagement are needed more than ever, particularly as the world responds to this unprecedented crisis. Thank you. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought the entire nation to a halt. While this pandemic has affected the entire world, it's made even harder for poorer people, agricultural producers, and migrant workers to sustain income generating activities and support their families. The COVID-19 induced
lockdown has sent a shockwave across the Indian economy, slowed down economic activity in urban areas, has an effect on rural areas as well. Numerous studies and experience from the field indicate that a significant proportion of rural household incomes comes from migration and daily wage laborers. The informal industry in cities being badly affected has resulted in loss of rural income. What's more, massive layoffs and lack of relief measures are pushing migrants to return to their villages, which would increase the risk of the spread of the virus. Countries caught between the dilemma of savings, lives, or protecting livelihoods by keeping the economy open and running. The most marginalized daily wage earners, unorganized labor class, and those at the fringes of our society have been disproportionately affected. On one hand, rural sector is one of the neglected sector, and on the other hand, global tensions left us concentrate more on local consumption and production, leaving no other option to look upon producers, look enterprise and rural economy. In particularly, lockdown brought challenges to Indian agriculture system. These are mainly related to shortage of labor, equipment, supply chains, and fragment demand. We all know that COVID-19 crisis is temporary and problems in Indian agriculture ecosystem are not new. But this pandemic has reinstated the need of focused policy on rural development with agriculture and rural population. At its core, in long term, this pandemic will definitely going to be seen as turning point for positive changes in Indian agriculture space, including strong supply chains and establishment of enterprise in rural and semi-urban areas. इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस होने के कारण अभी जो मैंने स्टार्ट किया तो मैंने वो इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को ध्यान में रखते हुए अपनी बात को इंग्लिश में शुरू किया, लेकिन चूंकि मैं भारतीय हूँ, भारत में रहती हूँ और भारत की उस समस्या का समाधान करने के लिए इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से संबद्ध हुई हूँ, अतः मैं अपनी मूल भाषा मातृभाषा हिंदी पर अपनी बात को, अपने वक्तव्य को आप सभी के समक्ष रखना चाहती हूँ। कुछ बुलेट पॉइंट्स हैं, उन बुलेट पॉइंट्स को मैं इंग्लिश में जरूर बताऊंगी आपको, लेकिन जब सवाल जमीनी हकीकत का आता है, उन लोगों का आता है, वो लोग जो कि जमीन से जुड़े हुए हैं, वो लोग जिनके कारण समस्या है, जिनके लिए समस्या है और उस समस्या का समाधान करना हम सभी के लिए आवश्यक है। तो मैं पुनः ऑनलाइन मोड से संबद्ध समस्त विद्वज्जनों का मैं सादर अभिवादन करती हूँ, अभिनंदन करती हूँ और मैं उन लोगों का, उन शोधार्थियों और विद्यार्थियों का तहे दिल से स्वागत करती हूँ जो शोध कार्य में कार्यरत है और अपने काम को आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं, करना चाहते हैं। तो उनके लिए जरूरी होता है कि शोध के लिए बोध का होना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है। वो शोध नहीं होता है जिसमें बोध नहीं होता है, रिसर्च वो नहीं होती है जिसमें नॉलेज कंप्लीट नहीं होता है। और नॉलेज को कंप्लीट करने के लिए हमको उस पर्टिकुलरली प्लेस पर जाना होगा, उन लोगों से मिलना होगा जिनके लिए हम काम करते हैं। हम सभी अर्थशास्त्र के विद्यार्थी हैं, इकोनॉमिक्स के स्टूडेंट हैं, उसको होने के नाते मेरा आपसे कहना है कि सभी लोगों के लिए जरूरी है कि जो रिपोर्ट्स आ रही हैं, जो चीज हम मीडिया में देख रहे हैं, जो डेटा या फिगर हम देख रहे हैं, वो डेटा फिगर तो हम सभी को अवेलेबल हो जाएंगे, लेकिन उसका उपयोग हम कैसे करेंगे, इसका बोध होना हमारे लिए बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है। क्यों? क्योंकि किसी भी विषय का अध्ययन करने के लिए आवश्यक होता है कि उस वस्तु स्थिति को जानना, समझना, उसका परीक्षण करना और उसके बाद उसका प्रतिवेदन यानी रिपोर्ट सबमिट करना। अभी तक रूरल डेवलपमेंट को लेकर के, उनके लाइवलीहुड्स, माइग्रेन को लेकर के काफी डिस्कशंस हुए हैं और मेरे से पहले काफी अच्छे अच्छे वक्ता आए, स्पीकर्स आए और उन्होंने अपनी बात निश्चित रूप से रखी होगी। और आप लोग ने सभी ने सुना होगा कि इन दिनों में जो भी बातें हुई हैं वो सामाजिक आर्थिक परिदृश्य को ध्यान में रखते हुए ही की हैं। और सामाजिक आर्थिक परिदृश्य अर्थात सोशियो इकोनॉमिक स्टेटस, जिसकी बात मैंने इंग्लिश में कही थी, वो परिधान को मैं छोड़ करके, अंग्रेजी का परिधान छोड़ करके मैं भारतीय परिधान का आवरण लेकर के मैं आपके समक्ष इसलिए आई हूँ क्योंकि जो समस्या जिनके लिए है वो समस्या निश्चित रूप से उन तक पहुंचना जरूरी है कि उनके लिए एक भव्य कॉन्फ्रेंस का, इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन किया गया है और वो आयोजन उनके लिए ही है। तो जिनकी प्रॉब्लम है, जिनकी समस्या है, उस समस्या को यदि हम ध्यान में नहीं रखेंगे, उनका ध्यान नहीं रखेंगे तो वो समस्या एज इट इज रह जाएगी और हमारे कॉन्फ्रेंस और वेबिनार जो है वो लगातार चलते चले जाएंगे। लेकिन मकसद हमारा सेमिनार और वेबिनार का इसलिए है और प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र कुमार मोदी जी का भी यह संकल्प है कि भारत में यदि अदृश्य विषाणु, जिसको कि कहते हैं इनविजिबल वायरस, जो 15 mm का वायरस है, दैट इज कॉल्ड एज कोविड-19। तो कोविड-19 इटसेल्फ ये हमको बताता है कि हमको लगभग 1 वर्ष पूरे हो गए और आज तक हम इस बीमारी से, इस वायरस से निजात नहीं हो पा रहे हैं, दूर नहीं हो पा रहे हैं। हमारे पास सिर्फ एक ही सपोर्ट है, वो सपोर्ट है ऑनलाइन सपोर्ट। ऑनलाइन सपोर्ट डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म, ये एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है जिस प्लेटफॉर्म से हम दूर बैठे नॉर्थ ईस्ट में असम टाउन यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ में बात कर पा रहे हैं, उनको देख पा रहे हैं, उनको सुन पा रहे हैं और हम अपनी बात को भी रख पा रहे हैं। अब विषय ये है कि हम अपनी बात को रख रहे हैं, लेकिन जिनके लिए रख रहे हैं उनके पास डेटा अवेलेबल है कि नहीं, नेटवर्क अवेलेबल है कि नहीं। यदि उनके पास में डेटा और नेटवर्क अवेलेबल नहीं है, इस ऑनलाइन मोड का कोई औचित्य नहीं, क्योंकि जिनके लिए हम ये कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं उनके लिए यदि हमारे पास में नेटवर्क की सुविधा नहीं मिल पा रही है तो ये उनके लिए उतना सपोर्ट नहीं कर पाएगा जो हम चाहते हैं। मेरा आप सभी से यह कहना है और मैं आग्रह करती रहूंगी कि मुझे गुणवत्ता के अर्थात क्वालिटी के अलावा और कोई चीज नहीं है जो कि इस मिट्टी की खुशबू को और इस मिट्टी के मान सम्मान और प्रतिष्ठा को ध्यान में रखते हुए कार्य करे। और इस मिट्टी का अर्थात भारत की मिट्टी की बात कर रही हूँ। क्यों? क्योंकि ये जो वेबिनार हो रहा है जिसका टॉपिक टुवर्ड्स promoting sustainable gender equality experiences from the outbreak of COVID-19। और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में एक बात बहुत अच्छी है, वो ये है कि इसमें चूंकि विमेन पर ही ज्यादा फोकस किया गया है और विमेन पर फोकस करने के लिए ये नहीं है कि सिर्फ विमेन स्पीकर्स ही हैं। यहाँ पर हम देखते हैं कि 50-50% का रेशियो है। जितने भी स्पीकर्स हैं, जो वक्ता हैं, वो 50% मेल है तो 50% फीमेल है। एक फिगर ये देखने को मिलता है। दूसरी बात मैं यहाँ पर ये कहना चाहती हूँ, जिस मिट्टी की बात कहना चाहती हूँ, जिस दर्द की बात कहना चाहती हूँ, जिस समस्या की बात कहना चाहती हूँ, वो समस्या जिसमें कीवर्ड्स जुड़े हुए हैं 3, लाइवलीहुड, माइग्रेन्स और विमेन। ये 3 ही समस्या अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, लेकिन इन तीनों समस्याओं का संबंध जो है वो सीधा और प्रत्यक्ष रूप से गरीबी, बेरोजगारी और रोजगार से जुड़ा हुआ है। मैं देख रही हूँ या आप सभी देख रहे होंगे, पढ़ रहे होंगे, हम सभी कहते हैं कि भारत की आत्मा गांव में बसती है। जब भारत की आत्मा गांव में बसती है तो हम उसको निग्लेक्ट नहीं कर सकते हैं, हम उसको इग्नोर नहीं कर सकते हैं, बल्कि हमको पूरा फोकस उस सोल पर करना होगा, उस आत्मा पर करना होगा जहां भारत की आत्मा बसती है। और हम यहाँ पर एक फिगर देखते हैं कि 65 to 67% लोग जो है वो गांव में ही, ग्रामीण अंचल में निवास करते हैं। और एक बात और मैं आपको बता देना चाहती हूँ कि जिस अंचल में हूँ, जिस अंचल में ये सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी है जहां से मैं बोल रही हूँ, वो इंदिरा गांधी राष्ट्रीय जनजातीय विश्वविद्यालय है और जनजातीय अंचल है, ये टोटली रिमोट एरिया है। हो सकता कि मैं भी आपसे नहीं जुड़ पाती, या हो सकता है कि डिस्कनेक्ट हो जाऊं यदि नेटवर्क नहीं मिलता है। तो इस समय बहुत जरूरी है नेटवर्क का होना। और हम सभी आपको ये बताना चाहते हैं कि यहाँ पर नेटवर्क जो भी है, या जो ऑनलाइन मोड की भी बात आ रही है, और ऑनलाइन मोड से इतने सारे वेबिनार हो गए हैं, मुझे तो लगता है कि ये वेबिनार लाइफ टाइम में कभी इतने इकोनॉमिक्स पर नहीं होंगे जो कि अभी कोविड-19 के टाइम में हुए हैं। तो एक हमको तो बहुत अच्छा अवसर मिला है, अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली है बोलने की और डिस्कस करने की। तो यहाँ तक तो बात समझ में आ रही है कि हम बोल रहे हैं और डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, पर अभी बात आना चाहिए कि हम किस फाइंडिंग पर पहुंच रहे हैं, हमारा समाधान कहाँ जाने वाला है, किस डायरेक्शन में जाने वाला है, उसकी कंडीशन क्या होगी। इसका मतलब ये है कि हम जो भी बात कह रहे हैं, जो बात कर रहे हैं, उससे दशा और दिशा में कितना परिवर्तन होगा, ये कहना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है। क्यों? क्योंकि जब तक हम उस दशा और दिशा में परिवर्तन नहीं करेंगे, तब हम देखेंगे कि 5 ईयर प्लान, 5th 5 ईयर प्लान, यानी जो 5वीं पंचवर्षीय योजना, जिसमें पॉवर्टी इरेडिकेशन की बात कही है, गरीबी उन्मूलन की बात कही है, वहां हम देख रहे हैं कि पॉवर्टी इरेडिकेशन जो है वो अभी तक हम उसमें कई पेपर लिख रहे हैं, प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं, सारी चीजें कर रहे हैं, लेकिन कुछ नहीं हो रहा है। गवर्नमेंट ने पॉवर्टी के लिए, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए बहुत सारी पॉलिसीज बनाई हुई हैं, कार्यक्रम चलाए हुए हैं, लेकिन फिर भी मैं देखती हूँ कि जो फायदा उनको होना चाहिए, उनको मतलब जो बेनिफिशरीज है, जहां तक ये लाभ पहुंचना चाहिए, जो हितग्राही है, उन तक वो लाभ क्यों नहीं पहुंच पा रहा है। सिस्टम में ऐसा क्या प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है कि वहां से तो प्रोग्राम एंड पॉलिसीज का डिक्लेरेशन हो जाता है, घोषणा हो जाती है, लेकिन घोषणा होने के बाद जिस जो हितग्राही हैं उन तक वो बात क्यों नहीं पहुंच पाती है। इसका मतलब ये है कि हमको सिद्धि से संकल्प की ओर जाने की आवश्यकता है, या संकल्प से सिद्धि की ओर जाने की आवश्यकता है। जब तक हम किसी चीज के लिए संकल्पित नहीं होंगे, तब तक हम किसी सिद्धि को प्राप्त नहीं कर सकते हैं। भारत एक ऐसा देश है जो बहुत बड़े ऋषि मुनियों का देश है। वो भारत देश है जहां पर कि चरक संहिता, सुश्रुत संहिता में आयुर्वेद का विशद वर्णन देखने को मिलता है। और ये सारा का सारा आयुर्वेद हम देखते हैं कहीं और नहीं, वो भारत के पूरे जंगलों में बसता है। जब भारत के जंगल में हमारे पास में बहुत बड़ा नेचुरल रिसोर्स है, भारत की सिर्फ 2 ताकत है। पहली ताकत तो हमारे यहाँ की युवा पीढ़ी है, और ये युवा पीढ़ी, और दूसरी ताकत हमारे पास में है, वो है हमारे पास जंगल में उपस्थित जितनी भी वनौषधियां। क्यों? क्योंकि कोविड-19 में जितनी भी प्रॉब्लम्स आई और लोगों को जो प्रॉब्लम जिन्होंने फेस किया, हमारे यहाँ मृत्यु दर भी हुई, लेकिन कहा जाता है कि कंपैरेटिवली जितने भी देश है, अन्य देश है, विश्व में जितने भी देश है, उनकी तुलना में हमारे यहाँ जो है उनका प्रतिशत या जो परसेंटेज है वो कम है। तो यहाँ पे एक पॉपुलेशन की जब बात आती है, तो पहले तो मैं ये कह देना चाहती हूँ कि बीच में ही मैं अपनी बात को एक सुझाव को दे देना चाहती हूँ कि सबसे फर्स्ट तो ये है कि हमको पॉपुलेशन को कंट्रोल करना चाहिए। पॉपुलेशन कंट्रोल होगी तो बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स ऑटोमेटिकली सॉल्व हो जाएंगी। अब जब मृत्यु दर में हम कह रहे हैं कमी हो रही है, तो इसका कंपैरिजन मैं जापान से करना चाहती हूँ। जापान में देखते हैं कि सुसाइड रेशियो बहुत ज्यादा है। क्यों? क्योंकि वहां पर वर्कलोड इतना ज्यादा दे दिया जाता है कि टारगेट आप अचीव नहीं कर पाते हैं तो लोग सुसाइड कर लेते हैं। और हम यहाँ देखते हैं कि हमारे पास में युवा शक्ति इतनी ज्यादा है कि इस युवा शक्ति का हम बहुत अच्छा प्रयोग कर सकते हैं। और रहा सवाल उस विमेन की, महिला की बात, जो कि रूरल एरिया में रह रही है और उसको माइग्रेशन के दौर में जिन विषम परिस्थितियों का सामना करना पड़ा, वो हमने और आपने सबने देखा। उसको हमें बहुत बहुआयामी तरीके से उसका चिंतन करने की आवश्यकता है, सोचने की और समझने की आवश्यकता है कि देखने के बाद सिर्फ संवेदना आ जाना और उसको वहां खत्म कर देना हमारा उद्देश्य नहीं होना चाहिए, बल्कि संवेदना आते ही उस संवेदना को अक्षुण्ण रखना और अक्षुण्ण रखते हुए उसको कार्य में परिणत करना, कन्वर्ट करना और उसके समाधान की तरफ आगे बढ़ना, तब हमारे इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का जो हमारा उद्देश्य है वो फुलफिल हो पाता है। और रहा सवाल मृत्यु दर के कम होने का, तो मैं आपको बता दूं, मैं जिस अंचल में रहती हूँ और मेरा जो स्पेशलाइजेशन है वो फॉरेस्ट इकोनॉमिक्स भी है, मैंने माइनर फॉरेस्ट प्रोडक्ट पर काम किया हुआ है। तो मैं आप सभी को बता देना चाहती हूँ कि यदि किसी के घर में जहां भी असम तो बहुत मतलब एकदम अच्छे तरीके से ग्रीन है, और ये ऑक्सीजन और ये ग्रीननेस जो हमारे चारों तरफ जो हरियाली है वो हमको पूरे विश्व में ऐसे देखने को कहीं मिलती नहीं है। जब हम फ्री ऑक्सीजन की बात करते हैं तो अब जब हम ऑक्सीजन को भी फ्री में नहीं ले पा रहे हैं जो कि हमारे पास उपलब्ध है, क्योंकि कोविड-19 वायरस जो हमारे पास 15 mm का वायरस है, वो वायरस ही अपने आप में इतना भयभीत कर देता है कि हम ऑक्सीजन भी हम बहुत फ्रेश नहीं ले पाते हैं। तो उससे कहीं ना कहीं मन में एक भय उत्पन्न होता है कि कहीं ना कहीं हमारे लंग्स को डैमेज ना कर दे, कहीं ना कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि हमारी रेस्पिरेटरी सिस्टम को खराब कर दे। क्यों? क्योंकि भारत में जितने भी आदिवासी ग्रामीण अंचल में रहने वाले लोग हैं वो बहुत स्वस्थ है अपने आप में। हाँ, यदि उनके पास में जो अभी मैंने आपको बताया, मेरे पास काफी पॉइंट्स हैं इनको बताने के लिए कि कितनी भी हेल्थ फैसिलिटीज है, तो उनको सैनिटेशन की वजह से है, उनको वाटर की वजह से है, उनके न्यूट्रिशन की वजह से है, और बहुत सारी उनको वर्किंग प्लेस में प्रॉब्लम को फेस करना पड़ता है, जो हम और आप सभी जानते हैं किस कंडीशन में वो काम करने के लिए तैयार होते हैं, उनके साथ किस किस प्रकार का इल ट्रीटमेंट और मिसबिहेव होता है। इस पर तो आप लोगों ने काफी चर्चा सुनी होगी। तो मेरा यहाँ पर ये कहने का मतलब है कि यदि जब माइग्रेशन होता है तो उससे पूर्व की स्थिति देखें कि माइग्रेशन यदि नहीं हुआ और जिस रोटी के लिए वो अपने मूल स्थान कहने का मतलब ये है कि जिस ग्रामीण अंचल में वो रहते थे, जहां वो काम करते थे, तो उससे उनको माइग्रेट होना पड़ा। तो उसके पीछे सिर्फ एक कारण है, और वो कारण ये है क्यों? क्योंकि उनको कार्य चाहिए, काम चाहिए, जीविकोपार्जन चाहिए, लाइवलीहुड चाहिए। यदि उनके पास में जीविकोपार्जन नहीं है, लाइवलीहुड नहीं है, तो नेचुरली वो अपने मूल स्थान को छोड़ करके काम की तलाश में कहीं चले जाते हैं। इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि जिस रोटी के लिए वो जाते हैं, उस रोटी को छोड़ करके उनको अपने मूल स्थान पर आना पड़ता है, जहां पर कि टोटली इनसिक्योरिटी है, इनसिक्योर्ड है वो, उनके पास कोई पैसा नहीं है, फाइनेंशियल क्राइसिस है, उनके पास फिजिकल प्रॉब्लम है, उनकी फैमिली का प्रॉब्लम है, उनके साथ उनके बच्चे हैं। वो सारी समस्याएं कैसे दूर होंगी, किस प्रकार से करना होगा। जब माइग्रेशन के दौरान ये महिलाएं वापस आ रही थी, उस दौरान आप सभी ने देखा होगा कि काफी फसलें जो है वो तैयार थी, बहुत फसलें तैयार थी। वैसे तो कहा जाता है कि भारत जो है बहुत अपने आप में धनी देश है, इसलिए क्योंकि कृषि प्रधान देश है, एग्रीकल्चर है, जिससे कि पूरे कोविड-19 के टाइम में हमको किसी भी प्रकार की कमी नहीं होने दी और हमको बहुत अनाज दिया उसने। और हम यहाँ पर किसी की भी भूख के कारण ऐसा नहीं है कि हमारा डिमांड सप्लाई चेन जो है, मांग पूर्ति का संतुलन तो बहुत ज्यादा असंतुलित हुआ, डिसबैलेंस हुआ, नो डाउट, लेकिन फिर भी खाद्यान्न की आपूर्ति में किसी भी प्रकार की कमी नहीं आई। यहाँ मेरा ये कहना है कि खाद्यान्न की आपूर्ति में कमी नहीं आई है, मतलब सप्लाई जो है वो काफी हमारे पास में अच्छा था, फूड सिक्योरिटी हमारे पास बहुत अच्छी थी। लेकिन हम चाहते हैं इसको कि ये चीज हमारी मेंटेन रहना चाहिए, और इसको मेंटेन करने के लिए जो माइग्रेट कर रही थी लेबर, विमेन्स जो थी या मेल थे, जो भी थे व्हाटएवर, तो जो भी थे, तो उनसे उस पर्टिकुलर एरिया में जहां पर फसलें खड़ी हुई थी, उन फसलों के उनको सोशल डिस्टेंस के साथ में उनको काम करने दे दिया जाता, तो जो फसल हमारी वेस्ट हुई है वो फसल वेस्ट नहीं होती और उनकी सिक्योरिटी बढ़ती, उनको इनकम मिलती, और इनकम होने के बाद जो स्लो डाउन हमारी इकोनॉमी में आया है वो कहीं ना कहीं नहीं आता, क्योंकि हम अपनी डेली नीड के लिए हम इतने परेशान नहीं होते। तो शायद ऐसा होता तो ज्यादा बेहतर होता। दूसरी बात मैं ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि हम कई बार ही देखते हैं कि ओवर प्रोडक्शन हो गया, एक्स्ट्रा प्रोडक्शन हो जाता है। एक्स्ट्रा प्रोडक्शन जब हो जाता है तो वो पोटैटो का हो गया, टोमेटो का हो गया। पोटैटो और टोमेटो एक ऐसी चीज है जो कि हम देखते हैं कि वो वेस्ट हो रही है, फेंक रहे हैं। क्यों फेंक रहे हैं भाई? उनके साथ में आप एक इंडस्ट्रीज को, जो सपोर्टिंग इंडस्ट्रीज है, फॉर एग्जाम्पल जैसे टमाटर, एक्स्ट्रा टमाटर टोमेटो हमारे पास में हो गया, टोमेटो सॉस बना सकते हैं। यदि हमारे पास में पोटैटो एक्स्ट्रा है, हम पोटैटो चिप्स बना सकते हैं, हम उसकी प्रॉपर मार्केटिंग कर सकते हैं। तो इसका कहने का मतलब मेरा यहाँ पर ये है, चूंकि रूरल एरिया है, फीमेल है, लाइवलीहुड की बात हो रही है, माइग्रेशन की बात हो रही है, तो डेफिनेटली एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर को जोड़ना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है। इसलिए जरूरी हो जाता है क्योंकि ये लोग सीजनल होता है एग्रीकल्चर, और इस एग्रीकल्चर के पीरियड जब उनको काम नहीं मिलता तो ये अपने काम को छोड़ करके उस अन्य स्थान पर जाते हैं और उस रोटी के लिए जाते हैं, उस आशा से जाते हैं कि वहां पर जाकर के हमको खाना मिलेगा। और अब हम देखते हैं कि आटा से ज्यादा डाटा सस्ता हो गया, लेकिन डेटा सस्ता होने के बावजूद भी ये डेटा उन तक मिल पा रहा है कि नहीं मिल पा रहा है, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात है हमारे लिए समझने की और सोचने की। और यहाँ पर मैं एक बात ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि हमको कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ऐसे ब्रिज को डेवलप करना होगा, जो कि हमारे पास चीजें हैं, जो ऑलरेडी हमारे पास चीजें अवेलेबल है, बहुत अच्छी मात्रा में अवेलेबल है, क्वांटिटी उनकी बहुत ज्यादा है। तो मेरा आपसे ये कहना है कि निश्चित रूप से हमको क्या करना चाहिए कि उनके लिए, जिनके लिए कि हम ये काम कर रहे हैं, जिनके लिए भी हम ये काम कर रहे हैं, और उनकी उस क्वालिटी को हमको बहुत एक्सप्लोर करना चाहिए, उनकी मार्केटिंग करना चाहिए। और ये भारत के लिए बहुत अच्छी बात है कि हम देखते हैं कि हमारी बागवानी, यानी जो हमारे बगीचा गार्डन होता है, उससे लेकर यदि हम किचन तक जाते हैं तो हमारे पास में एक कंप्लीट हॉस्पिटल हमको मिलता है, औषधालय, मेडिसिन मिलती है। और ये मेडिसिन हमको, चाहे वो फूल हो, लेमन ग्रास हो, फिर हमारी गिलोय हो, अभी आप देखिए डेंगू और ये सारी चीजें जितनी भी आई, और 100 ईयर्स में तो एक ना कोई बहुत बड़ी महामारी आती है। उसी तरीके से कोरोना वायरस हमारे आया है, जिसका निजात आज को 1 साल के बाद भी नहीं मिला। लेकिन हम ये देखते हैं कि चाहे वो डेंगू हो या कोई भी हो, गिलोय जो हमारे इम्यून सिस्टम को बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ाता है। तो चाहे वो योगा हो, आयुर्वेद हो, ये सारी चीजों को हमको बहुत अच्छे से इस पर फोकस करना चाहिए, और इसको ग्लोबल प्लेटफॉर्म पर लाने के लिए बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है। हम देखते हैं कि यदि हम डेली इसका कंजम्पशन करते हैं, फॉर एग्जाम्पल यदि हम डेली हल्दी लेते हैं, डेली हम ब्लैक पेपर लेते हैं, डेली हम यदि दालचीनी लेते हैं, डेली हम ब्लैक पेपर ले रहे हैं, तो इन सब चीजों का, इलायची ले रहे हैं, लौंग ले रहे हैं, तो हम देखते हैं हमारे पास में इतनी सारी किचन में चीजें हैं, चाहे वो जीरा हो, धना हो, या फिर यदि हम किसी औषधि पर चले जाते हैं, या हम किसी प्लांट पर चले जाते हैं, महुआ पर चले जाते हैं, पलाश पर जाते हैं। आप देखिए पहले के लोग बहुत साइंस के साथ, साइंटिफिक लाइफस्टाइल था उनका, और ये लाइफस्टाइल उनका साइंटिफिक इसलिए था क्योंकि जो उनका खाना होता था, जब किसी मैरिजेस वगैरह होती थी, तो ये मैरिजेस वाले टाइम में ये लोग क्या करते थे कि पत्तल में एक प्लेट जो होती थी, वो पलाश की जो लीव्स होती हैं, उनकी प्लेट बनाते थे, उस प्लेट पे खाना खाते थे। उनको कभी कोई साइड इफेक्ट नहीं होता था, वो डिस्पोजेबल होती थी, और कोई एनिमल जो है वो उसका कंजम्पशन कर लेता था। मतलब वो चेन ऑटोमेटिकली जो थी वो डेवलप थी। और जब हम किसी चीज को बाहर खाने जाते थे, तो हमारे पास में जो स्पून मिलती थी वो स्टिक की हुआ करती थी, तो वो भी हार्मफुल नहीं है। वो भी यदि हम वापस उसको ऐसे थ्रो कर देते हैं जमीन पर, तो उससे हमको कोई लॉस होने वाला नहीं है। लेकिन जैसे जैसे ग्लोबल प्लेटफॉर्म आया, एलपीजी आई, लिबरलाइजेशन, प्राइवेटाइजेशन और ग्लोबलाइजेशन की बात आती है, तो उस समय हम देखते हैं कि डिमॉन्स्ट्रेशन इफेक्ट इतना ज्यादा हो गया हमारे पास में कि हम भारत में जो हमारे पास बहुत अच्छी अच्छी चीजें हैं, उन अच्छी चीजों को छोड़ करके हम कहाँ चले जाते हैं, विदेशी उस चीज पर चले जाते हैं, और उसका कंजम्पशन करने के बाद में हम सोचते हैं कि जो काम हम कर रहे हैं बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं। बल्कि मेरा ये कहना है कि सारे शुद्धिजन जो मेरे को सुन रहे हैं, और जहां तक मेरी बात जा रही है, तो मेरी आपसे ये कहना है कि जितनी बुद्धिमत्ता, जितना विवेक और जितनी चीजें भारत में है, उतना यदि विदेश भी जाए तो विदेश भी उससे ज्यादा एनरिच हो सकता है, एक ग्लोबल प्लेटफॉर्म मिल सकता है। तो जरूरत है कि हमको इन चीजों को समझने की, संग्रहित करने की और उसकी मार्केटिंग करने की। कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि चीज इंडिया की हो और मार्केटिंग विदेश करे। तो मैं चाहती हूँ कि स्वदेश, स्वदेशी भाषा, स्वदेशी परिधान, स्वदेशी वस्तुएं, जिनका उपभोग करने से हमारी इम्यून सिस्टम बहुत स्ट्रांग होगा, और इम्यून सिस्टम जितना स्ट्रांग होगा तो डेफिनेटली हमारे पास में फाइटिंग स्पिरिट उतनी ज्यादा आएगी, रेजिस्टेंस पावर हमारा उतना ज्यादा अच्छा होगा। तो बेस्ट है कि हम उन सारी चीजों का कंजम्पशन करें, जिससे कि और उन चीजों पर ही हम रिसर्च करें, उन चीजों का ही, और उनके लिए कहीं ना कहीं हमें मार्केटिंग की बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है कि वो मार्केटिंग हो इस तरीके से हो, और उनको एक बहुत प्रॉपर चेन एक डेवलप करना चाहिए, एक सिस्टम बनानी चाहिए, ताकि हमारी जितनी भी चीजें वो सारी चीजें बाहर जाए, और बाहर जाने के बाद में सब भारतीय उसका लाभ ना उठाए, बल्कि विदेश में भी ये चीज होनी चाहिए, पॉपुलर होनी चाहिए कि इन चीजों का कंजम्पशन करने से, इन चीजों का कंजम्पशन करने से डेफिनेटली कोविड-19 के जितने भी पेशेंट्स उनको रिलीफ मिलेगा। आप देखते हैं कि अब हमारे यहाँ जो आइसोलेशन वाली बात हो रही थी, क्वारंटीन की बात हो रही थी, फिजिकल डिस्टेंस की बात हो रही थी, अब हम सारे लोग बाहर आ चुके हैं, अपने वर्किंग प्लेस पर आ रहे हैं, काम कर रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं हम अपने आप को खुद सिक्योर कर रहे हैं। और कैसे कर रहे हैं? तो मेरे पास जो चीजें हैं, हम उन चीजों का कंजम्पशन करते हैं और हम ठीक हो जाते हैं। कहा जाता है मूल रूप से जो भारतीय होते हैं उनको प्रॉब्लम्स क्यों नहीं होती, क्योंकि किचन में जब भी वो किसी भी चीज को की प्रिपरेशन करते हैं, कोई सब्जी बनाते हैं, वेजिटेबल बनाते हैं, तो उसमें वो जो भी स्पाइसेस डालते हैं तो उसकी फ्रेग्रेंस डेफिनेटली हमारे रेस्पिरेटरी सिस्टम में डायरेक्ट जाती है, और जो हमारे रेस्पिरेटरी सिस्टम में जाएगी तो हमारे यहाँ जो भी वायरस या बैक्टीरिया है उनका हमारे पास में कोई प्रॉब्लम या कोई अटैक या आक्रमण होने वाला नहीं है। तो यहाँ पर मैं यही बात कहना चाहती हूँ कि यदि हमको किसी भी चीज के लिए, और खासतौर पर माइग्रेशन की बात कर रही हूँ, तो माइग्रेशन के लिए मैं ये कहती हूँ कि यदि हम माइग्रेशन की स्थिति जो उत्पन्न हुई, तो मेरा यहाँ पर एक कहना और है, और शायद आप मेरी बात से सहमत होंगे, और जो हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र कुमार मोदी जी हैं, वो तो इसके लिए बहुत ज्यादा प्रयास कर रहे हैं, लेकिन शायद कहीं ना कहीं हमसे भूल हो चुकी है कि जिस समय भारतीय जो कि विदेश में गए थे और जिस चीज के लिए गए थे, तो वो था नेचुरली वो अपने लाइवलीहुड के लिए, और जो उन्होंने यहाँ पर नॉलेज गेन किया था, तो यहाँ उनको प्लेटफॉर्म मिला नहीं, और यही कारण है कि वो विदेश चले गए। तो नंबर एक बात तो ये है कि यहाँ पर उन ऐसे बुद्धिजीवी लोगों के लिए रोजगार के अवसर को उपलब्ध करा देना, ताकि हमारा ब्रेन या युवा शक्ति जो कि विदेश में जाके अपनी सेवाएं दे रही है, वो जाने से रुक जाती। नंबर दो बात, यदि वो वहां चली गई थी, तो वहां से जब वो आई, क्योंकि विदेश ने उनको वापस भेज दिया अपने भारत की ओर, जब वो आ गए थे, तो यहाँ पर निश्चित रूप से एक आइसोलेशन सेंटर होना चाहिए था, और ये आइसोलेशन सेंटर होता किसी डेजर्ट एरिया में, और उस डेजर्ट एरिया में सिर्फ उन्हीं लोगों को रखा जाता जो कि विदेश से या बाहर से आए हैं, और उनको क्वारंटीन कर दिया जाता। उनको यदि क्वारंटीन कर दिया जाता तो डेफिनेटली सिर्फ वो लोग ही इफेक्टेड होते जो कि बाहर से आए हैं, और उनका कंप्लीट ट्रीटमेंट होता, डॉक्टर्स वहां जाते, वहां फूड जाता, उनको बहुत अच्छी फैसिलिटी सारी मिल जाती, और निश्चित रूप से भारत एक वो देश होता जो देश अपने आप में आदर्श या रोल मॉडल होता, जो ये बता सकता था कि कोविड-19 तो यहाँ आ ही नहीं सकता, क्योंकि हम यदि हमारे यहाँ आ गया तो हमने प्रिकॉशंस इतने अच्छे से ले लिए कि जितने लोग ही संक्रमित थे या संक्रमण के चांसेस थे, तो उन लोगों को हमने उस डेजर्ट एरिया में रख करके 21 डेज तक उनको सारी चीजें उपलब्ध करा देते, चाहे वो डॉक्टर हो या उनका फूड हो या उनकी लॉजिंग की अरेंजमेंट, सारी चीजें उनको करा देते, तो निश्चित रूप से वो कोरोना सिर्फ उस पर्टिकुलर एरिया तक ही होता, उसके बाहर वो नहीं जाता, और भारत के आम नागरिक जो है, जो 1 साल से पीड़ित और प्रताड़ित हो रहे हैं, और खास तौर पर विमेन वर्कर्स, लेबर जो कि माइग्रेट होकर के अपने मूल स्थान पर आ रहे हैं, जो आज तक की डेट में असुरक्षित हैं, जिनके लिए हम सभी लोगों ने एक वेबिनार रखा हुआ है। तो सबसे ज्यादा धन्यवाद तो मैं आप लोगों को इस बात के लिए दूंगी कि आपने जो विषय चुना वो बहुत अच्छा विषय है, बहुत ज्वलंत मुद्दा है, और इस मुद्दे पर गहन चर्चा होने की बहुत आवश्यकता है, और निश्चित रूप से काफी अच्छा हुआ होगा, क्योंकि भारत में मनोवैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण से यदि देखा जाता है, तो मनोवैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण से हम देखते हैं कि जितने भी लोग हैं वो अपने आप में बहुत सुदृढ़ है, बहुत स्ट्रांग है। गांव की जितनी भी महिलाएं हैं, पुरुष है, यदि उनको सारी फैसिलिटीज अवेलेबल करा दी जाती है तो मुझे लगता है कि उनका इम्यून सिस्टम बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रांग है, उनको कहीं कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आती, उनके पास तो इतनी अच्छी अच्छी चीजें हैं। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, यदि किसी एक बच्चे का जन्म होता है और आज जन्म होता है, सेकंड डे मदर जो है वो काम पर चली जाती है, तो उनके पास तो दवाइयां इतनी ज्यादा है कि उनको डॉक्टर की जरूरत नहीं होती है। ज्वाइंटिस हो जाता है तो ज्वाइंटिस के लिए वो डॉक्टर के पास नहीं जाते हैं और उनके पास में वो मेडिसिन उपलब्ध है। तो कहने का मतलब ये, यदि हम मेडिसिन की बात करेंगे जब, तो मेडिसिन का तो भंडार हमारे भारत में है। और जिस अंचल में मैं हूँ, हमारे यहाँ जो यूनिवर्सिटी है, इंदिरा गांधी राष्ट्रीय जनजातीय विश्वविद्यालय, ये खुद बहुत अच्छी मात्रा में शहद की मार्केटिंग कर रही है और बहुत अच्छी चीजें हैं। शहद, मैं कहती हूँ कि कोई भी चीज होगी तो शहद का रोज सेवन करने से हमको बहुत ज्यादा फायदा होगा। दूसरी बात मैं कहना चाहती हूँ, चूंकि मैं जैन हूँ, तो मैं आपको ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि यहाँ पर बहुत अच्छी अच्छी बातें कही जाती हैं। यहाँ का जो दर्शन है वो अद्भुत है और वो अपने आप में ये बताता है दर्शन कि अहिंसा परमो धर्मा, हिंसा करना ही नहीं है हमको। बगैर हिंसा किए हम बहुत अच्छा जीवन जी सकते हैं। यदि हम हिंसा करेंगे, वो भी अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा साइंस है। वो बताता है कि शाम को आप सूर्य अस्त होने के पहले आप खा लीजिएगा, क्योंकि जितने विटामिन डी होते हैं वो सारे के सारे विटामिन डी उस सूर्य के टाइम में ही हमको मिल जाते हैं, हमारे फूड में आ जाते हैं और हम उसको खाते हैं तो हमारे पास विटामिन डी की डेफिशिएंसी नहीं हो पाती है। तो हमारे पास में वो सारी चीजें हैं जिन सारी चीजों को हम कर सकते हैं। अभी जितने भी माइग्रेंट लेबर्स हैं, जो विमेन है, अभी उन्होंने जो दिए बनाए दीपावली में, वो गोबर के दिए बनाए और गोबर अपने आप में बहुत साइंटिफिक है। यदि गोबर का घर होगा तो वो अपने उसमें उस घर में एसी को लगाने की हमको आवश्यकता नहीं होगी, हमें आर्टिफिशियल मेथड्स अपनी लाइफ को लीड करने की जरूरत नहीं होगी। लेकिन हमने क्या किया कि सुविधाओं को ध्यान में रखते हुए कंफर्ट जोन में आने के लिए, डिमॉन्स्ट्रेशन इफेक्ट में आने के लिए, लोगों के साथ लोगों के जैसा बनने के लिए हमने अपनी मूल चीजों को ही बदल दिया। और यदि आप ध्यान करें तो आज से कुछ वर्षों पहले भी रेलवे स्टेशन में मिट्टी के बर्तन में चाय मिला करती थी। तो जो मिट्टी का बर्तन है, तो जो सैंड की क्वालिटी और जो उसके अंदर जो चीजें एलिमेंट्स थे वो हम हमारे स्टमक में चले जाते थे। और जो वेस्ट मटेरियल मिट्टी यदि मैं ऐसे थ्रो भी कर देते थे तो उससे कोई इकोसिस्टम को कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होता था। तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि कहने की बात बहुत सारी है, जिन बातों को कहा जा सकता है और जिन बातों को रखा जाएगा, और आने वाले समय में बहुत सारी चीजों को जोड़ने की जरूरत है। और विशेष रूप से वनौषधियों को, ये वनौषधियां इन जो भी लेबर है, जो विमेन वर्कर्स है, इनको तो निश्चित रूप से इस काम में लगा ही देना चाहिए। यदि ये इसमें इन्वॉल्व हो जाएंगी तो हमारे पास में, क्योंकि कहा जाता है जान है तो जहान है, यही कारण है कि माननीय मोदी जी कहते हैं 2 गज की दूरी है जरूरी, 2 गज की दूरी है जरूरी, मास्क लगाना है जरूरी। तो मुझे लगता है कि 2 गज की दूरी भी मेंटेन हो जाएगी, मास्क भी हो जाएगा, सारी चीजें हो जाएंगी। लेकिन इन लोगों को यदि आप काम उपलब्ध करा देते हैं और रोजगार इस तरीके से यदि उनको मिल जाता है तो निश्चित रूप से मार्केटिंग बहुत अच्छी होगी, भारत का नाम बहुत अच्छा होगा और बहुत आगे जाएगा भारत। और मैं बस इसी बात से अपनी वाणी को विराम देती हूँ। कहने के लिए बातें बहुत ज्यादा थी पर समय की कुछ सीमा है और मुझे लगता है कि आपका टाइम भी बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है, तो यदि आप मुझे परमिट करें तो मैं अपनी वाणी को यही विराम देती हूँ। और यही मेरी तरफ से कुछ वक्तव्य था। बात तो इतने कम समय में पूरी नहीं हो सकती थी, लेकिन हाँ, जिस बातों को मैं कहना चाहती हूँ तो वो फोकस पॉइंट बस मेरा यही है कि जो माइग्रेंट लेबर्स हैं उनके लिए सॉल्यूशन जो मैंने बताए, यदि वो हो तो निश्चित रूप से बहुत अच्छा होगा। सादर धन्यवाद सारे सभी जनों को जो ऑनलाइन मोड से जुड़े हुए हैं, जिन्होंने इतने ध्यान से मुझे सुना, उनके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सादर धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible this time?
Yeah, बिल्कुल मैं सुन रही हूँ आपको।
जी मैम।
You are audible.
So as ma'am has said, so very well said actually. She has said 2 गज की दूरी, मास्क पहनना है जरूरी। I think आजकल सब लोग भूल ही चुके हैं कि मास्क अभी ऐसा हो गया है कि हमारे बॉडी पार्ट का एक हिस्सा बन चुका है। So thank you so much once again. I would like to introduce Neeti Jain ma'am because last time we lost the connection due to the technical difficulties. So let me introduce her once again, as she has ended already. So Niti Jain ma'am is a doctorate in economics and specializes in microeconomics, forest economics, tribal economics, labor economics, and development economics. And she has more than 25 years of teaching experience and 22 years of research experience. She has contributed many research papers in Hindi and English in reputed research journal books, and she is currently a professor at Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, which is a central university. She is also a member of Executive Council, Board member, Research Degree Committee, Academic Council, Board of Studies, and she is a chairperson of Departmental Research Committee, Board of Studies of Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Amarkantak. So if I have to tell about her, we will just go on and on and on. So thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us here, and it's been a pleasure. Also, please leave your questions in the chat box so that ma'am can take it and answer. Is there any questions? Bijoy sir, are you there? I think Bijoy sir has lost the connection. Devika ma'am, is there any questions in the chat box?
No, there is no question in the chat box.
I think ma'am has put it up so well that everybody is clear and there are no questions and they are very, very much happy with it. Thank you so much, ma'am, once again for joining us. So with this, I would also like to introduce our. Okay, Bijoy sir is here.
Yeah.
Bijoy
Okay.
sir,
Yes.
yes.
Am I
Would you
audible?
like to say something? Yes, sir. Niti Jain ma'am has just finished
Yeah,
off
no,
with her presentation. Yes, sir.
Okay. It's a what was actually it was a good presentation, nice presentation I can say from ma'am, and the uh, key issues that ma'am has cited here. So ma'am actually अच्छा लगा वो जो points आपने cite किया वहाँ से regarding the migrant labor and women and all. So कुछ नया चीजें हमको भी अभी आपसे मालूम हुआ जानकारी हुई. तो for that special thanks to you that you have joined this session from your valuable time, and you have given this time to us and for all the participants and all. So we'll be looking forward for more cooperation from you in your future, ma'am.
And Vijay sir, I would like to say something.
Yes.
Thank you, Niti ma'am, for your thought-provoking speech. And what I found from your speech is a caption of the day that the internet data is now cheaper than atta. Is caption of the day.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, Afrin ma'am, please proceed.
जी ma'am.
Okay. Have a nice day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. It's been a pleasure.
Time for us.
Same here.
Thank you.
So once again, as we are here with our last part of this, almost last part of the program, this is the last day. So once again, I would like to introduce our chairperson, Ambit Ale. She's from the Department of Rural Development and Agriculture Extension from Wolo University, Ethiopia. So I welcome you, ma'am. Thank you for being a part of this and joining this family. And we are looking forward to work with you again. With this, I would also hand over to proceed further with Devika ma'am. Ma'am, you can proceed with the presentation now.
Okay, thank you, Afrin ma'am. Now we are about to start the technical session 5, and with the permission from Embed L, our respected chairperson, we would like to start the technical session 5. So I request all the presenters to get ready with their presentations. And ma'am, shall we start? Embed ma'am, shall we start?
No, it's so quite present.
Ambed ma'am, are you there?
Yes, yes.
Shall we start technical session 5?
Yes, we can start.
Okay. So now I request the first presenter of this technical session 5, Getachew AdtU and Biharno Tadesi, to present their paper on the topic effects of COVID-19 on women street vendors in Desi town, Ethiopia. Getachew and Biharno, are you there? Okay, now the presentation is going to be started. I request everyone, all the presenters, to stick to the time limit, that is 8 minutes only, and to focus only on the major points, as we are facing shortage of time. Thank you.
Is it my PowerPoint visible?
Yeah, it is visible.
Then I'm telling you second. Okay, sorry. Confirm? Please help me. Because laptop. Okay, thank you. I'm very much rejoiced to present our paper in this virtual international conference. The co-author with me is Mohammed Addesa. As already introduced, our title of research is Effect of COVID-19 on Women Street Vendors in the city of Ethiopia. Before I enter to my detailed presentation, I would like to clarify some concepts of street vendors in our research case, because there is no single universally accepted definition for this term. For example, it can be defined as self-employed workers in the informal economy, which is more of a general concept. In some countries, the term street vendors covers marketplace vendors, street side vendors, mobile street sellers, and home-based vendors, which is also encompasses a very general concept. But the concept of street vendors in our research case is adopted from the National Policy Urban Street Vendors of India in 2006, which conceptualized street vendors as a person who offers good for sale to public without having permanent build-up structure, that means temporary static structure or mobile stall. Having said this, but when we look at its adverse effect through gender lens, it is not gender neutral, where the lion's share of the risk goes to women. This is because the majority of women in the globe works in the informal economy, where street vending constitutes an essential part. And this figure is even high in developing countries, especially in Africa, including our country, Ethiopia, where the majority of street vendors are women. This fact is not exceptional for Desi town. Even before the COVID-19, women street vending activity has been traveling. The outbreak accelerates the situation. Despite the fact, no have been given so far for women street vendors, even though a lot
Hello?
Devika ma'am? Yes.
Yeah, sorry, actually my network has gone for, sorry for the inconvenience. Uh, Next, we have the next presenter, that is Dr. L. Yuvendra Singh. The topic of the presentation is the, top, the topic of the presentation is Rural Women Understanding COVID-19 Pandemic, a case study of Nambol, Manipur. So I request sir to start the presentation.
Yes, please. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. Let me try to share my screen. Where? Present now. Window. No. Yeah. Cannot share my. Anyway, without the screen share, I may be present. Okay,
no problem, sir.
Yeah. Let me start. Rural Women Understanding COVID-19 Pandemic, a case study of Nambol, Manipur, is my topic. This paper is attempted to understand the awareness level of COVID-19 in the Nambol area. Different clubs and the civil organizations have been giving voluntary services for the people of the locality just after starting nationwide lockdown. In Nambol, these organizations have been taking major role in distribution of essential commodities and managing community quarantine centers. Concept. The tiny virus corona has become so powerful that it has caused COVID-19 pandemic. So far, millions have succumbed to this evil virus. It has made the people experience the difficulties of everyday life and has caused unprecedented disaster. As none of us have an exclusive understanding on the mechanism how to protect ourselves from these deadliest diseases, many of us have still very alarming in the sense that the symptom of this virus seems to be very faceted. Objective of the study, to understand the awareness level of COVID-19 in the Nambol area, to find out the strategies for behavioral change communication among the people of Nambol, methodology and approach. Data samples are collected through structured questionnaire containing 11 variables in connection with the understanding and the measures taken for protection of COVID and analyzed with SPSS. The universe of the study is exclusively in Nambol subdivision of Bishnupur district, Manipur. It has a total population of 61,882 as per the census of 2011. Target population. Samples are collected from the age group of 12 to 71 above of all the gender, male, female, and transgender by using an accidental sampling method. Sampling design. The present study collected 264 sample, male 93, female 163, and transgender 8. Interview schedule includes questions regarding awareness COVID-19, perceived risks of infection, awareness of promoted behaviors, misconception regarding treatment and disease spread. Understanding level of COVID-19 in the Nambol area. In Manipur, different awareness programs on the matters of COVID are organized in different localities. In general, one may wash their hands 3 to 5 times, which is very common in the normal times before COVID outbreak. Majority of respondents have convinced that frequent hand wash will definitely help them to protect from various diseases, not only the COVID. They wash their hands more than 6 to 8 times, says by 79%, which means most of them develop a behavioral change due to coronavirus. In figure number 2, understanding spread of COVID. Most of the people residing in the contiguous villages of Nambol have a well-informed citizen in regard to novel coronavirus that they have aware how does this virus spread to one another. Out of 264 sample respondents, 238 says they have understand the way of spread to one another, which meant more than 90% respondent understand COVID. Besides, 7% respondent have also something known, while only 3% have no idea about spread. And in figure number 3, You listen COVID awareness messages of All India Radio and the other media channels. Measures taken up by the Health Department Government of Manipur through All India Radio has definitely up to the desire in the sense that maximum number of respondents got the awareness message from All India Radio even if they do not attend any awareness program. 88% of the respondents listen awareness messages from All India Radio frequently, though 11% listen sometimes. On the other hand, most of the people do not attend awareness programs, which means the level of understanding mainly came from electronic and print media. Then in the figure number 4, do you know sign and the symptom of the COVID? Most of them have understood the sign and the symptom of COVID positive, which announced in the All India Radio very frequently and published in the local dailies. That 89% of the respondents agreed that they have a well-informed the sign and the symptom of COVID. But the issue is that many asymptomatic persons are also becoming COVID positive. Findings. People of Nambol have aware that frequent hand wash will definitely help them to protect from various diseases, not only the COVID. They wash their hands more than 6 to 8 times, says by 79% respondent, which meant most of them develop a behavioral change due to coronavirus. They have aware that coronavirus can be transmitted through respiratory droplets and the human contact. They also understand the way how to protect them, that regular hand washing with soap is one of the most effective means to prevent the disease. Voluntary services of the local clubs organizations are very active under the supervision of the local MLA. Maximum number of respondents got the awareness messages from All India Radio, even if they do not attend any awareness program. 88% of the respondents listen awareness messages from All India Radio frequently. That 89% of the respondents agreed that they have a well-informed the sign and the symptom of COVID, but the issue is that many asymptomatic persons are also becoming COVID positive, so they have a very surprise. Suggestions and recommendations. We must think ourselves like a COVID person to defend yourself and maintain social physical distance and follow COVID appropriate behavior. We must change our lifestyle and behavioral norm to live with COVID-19 in the new normal, as we have been living with TB, HIV, and other dreaded diseases. We must change all the existing system with certain mechanism to fight COVID in the long run. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request all the everyone to put the questions in the chat box so that we can take all the questions in the end of the presentation. So we are making time shortage, so we will be having the next presentation, that is Ashrad Mulat and Samuel Tadesi. The topic of the presentation is the effect of COVID-19 pandemic on the livelihood of rural women and experience from Ethiopia. Please proceed. Ashrad Mulat, requesting you to start your presentation.
Just wait a minute. I'm going to share it.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, you're audible. Please proceed.
Hello. Okay, I'm audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, sorry for our misinterruption with connections. And my title of presentation is the effect of COVID-19 on the pandemic, COVID pandemic on the livelihoods of rural women, an experience from Ethiopia, and it is done by Asrat Mulat and Samuel Tadessa. In introduction part, as it is known, the COVID-19 pandemic spreads exponentially and affects the lives and the health of the globe, in particularly the social, political, and economic settings. And the pandemic severely impacts the lives of the vulnerable groups in rural areas, and the women are the overrepresented in the affected sectors at the front line of dealing with the pandemic in Ethiopia and the world. And as an objective, this study is mainly focuses to investigate the effect of COVID-19 on the livelihoods of rural women. And in the method, we employed the multi-stage sampling procedures in order to select our samples. Firstly, South Zolo and Oromia special zones were selected purposively, and the next, the Wero Babu, Jamma, and Dawa Chafa Warada were selected randomly. After that, from each warada, they were selected randomly, and finally, this formula, 150 women were selected randomly after 3 participants. That were selected for primary and secondary use cases, formal interviews, few studies were and restricted facts in differential statistics with quantitative approach to analyze the data. From the resultant discussion parts, the demographic and socioeconomic characteristics of respondents shows that the respondents are included between the age of 24 and 69, with the mean age of 44, and the family size from minimum family size of 1 up to 9, with the average holding family size of 5. And in the study area, the mean educational level or grade attainment of households is grade 2. And the land holding size shows the mean of 0.75 hectares. And there are also the almost the number of oxen from 0 to the maximum of 3, and they also earns the remittance, some groups of individuals. The second categorical variable shows the literacy statuses. We also observed the literacy status in terms of literate and illiterate. The literates are those who can read and write, and otherwise they are illiterate. From the present study, the majority of the women are illiterates, and in case of irrigation ownership, 58% of rural women owns irrigations, and most of these irrigation practices are used for mostly to join or to practice vegetable and fruit production activities. Then in terms of the land cultivator, who cultivates the land determines their livelihood improvement statuses, and 6% of rural women cultivates by themselves, and 23% of rural women rented out their land holdings, and 58% of rural women shared out their holdings. Then there is also the result, depending on the livelihood options that we have analyzed and practiced in the areas. Around 82% of rural women are affected by the pandemic, and only 18% of rural women are not affected. This is based on the study or the result that there are different livelihood options practiced in rural areas in our study area. The first one is the crop production, then livestock rearing, handcraft, small businesses, remittance, labor migration, productive safety nets, and daily works, and some also rent of assets and sellings of the firewoods. From this, there is a significant relation between livestock rearing and the effect of COVID-19. That means some of rural women, that means some rural women in the study area post that in rearing livestock, they are selling byproducts, that is the byproducts, and the selling of the byproducts is affected by the pandemic, and mostly this selling of livestock byproducts or dairy byproducts is managed by women in Ethiopian context. And the other livelihood option affected by COVID pandemic is the small business. In small business, around 48.7% of rural women are affected by the pandemic. And there is also a significant association. There is a strong significant association between involvement in small businesses and the outbreak of the pandemic. That shows that women are engaged in the front lines that are highly affected by the pandemic, and these small business activities practiced in the areas are mostly those petty traders selling of crop products from one place to another place and the like. And the other one is remittance incomes. Remittance is also affected by the pandemic, and there is a strong relationship between the remittance income and the effect of COVID-19. That means individuals who are sending the money to their families are affected by the pandemic. This directly affects those individuals resident in Ethiopia. That shows the pandemic is, as it is known, it is a global phenomenon. And the other one is labor migration, also significantly affected by this pandemic. And due to this COVID-19 protective measurements taken by the government, the restriction is laid in Ethiopia, and due to these movement restrictions, individuals who were getting their incomes by migrating from one area to the other areas were affected. And the other one is also the day workers. The daily work is significantly
Sorry to interrupt,
affected
sir. Could you
in
please summarize
the
the findings?
areas. Okay. Okay, let me summarize. There is also a significant relation between household statuses. Female-headed households are more affected than the male-headed households in the pandemic, according to the study results. And there are also activities which are left out due to the pandemic, totally left out. From this, the small business, daily labor, and remittance are the major livelihood options which are left out due to the pandemic. And there are case studies. One case study shows that there is a 45-year-old woman from Bulbulu Kabale said that my livelihood sources are vegetable marketing and chat production. When the pandemic outbreaks, these livelihood sources are highly affected. No one buys vegetables due to the reason that fresh vegetables are perceived to transmit the coronavirus. The internet was also burnt out by the COVID-19 Protective Command Post members, and currently I am facing the difficulty of administering and managing 3 family members. This shows that the pandemic affects the households seriously. And when we summarize my studies, the pandemic significantly affected both on-farm, off-farm, and non-farm activities, and in addition, marketing of rural women's livelihood practices in the areas or affected by this. And thus, there should be the creating of market linkage should be required, providing liquidity through revolving funds, and building social protection measures can be essential implications to sustain rural women's livelihoods in the study area. Thank you for your attention, and sorry for misinterruptions in connection. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Faithfulness Markner, and the topic of the presentation is the effect of COVID-19 on livelihood of rural women in West Khasi Hills district of Meghalaya. Faithfulness, please.
Yes, I'm here. Okay, I'm trying to share the screen.
Okay, please.
Is my screen visible?
Not yet. Please try again.
Is it visible?
Not yet.
A very good afternoon to you all. My name is Faithfulness Marngar, and I am a research scholar in the Department of Adult and Continuing Education, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong. The title of my paper is The Effect of COVID-19 on Livelihood of Rural Women in West Khasi Hills district of Meghalaya. Is my screen visible to you all?
Yes, now it's possible.
Okay.
You can proceed.
Okay, the pandemic caused by COVID-19 has an adverse effect on the lives of the people across the globe. The pandemic have led the whole world to fight against a common enemy. In India, in order to contain the spread of the virus, a nationwide lockdown was imposed and announced for 21 days, also known as Lockdown 1.0, from March 25th up to April 14, 2020, and then the lockdown was further extended for another 66 days from April 15 up to May 3rd, which is known as Lockdown 2.0, and then it was further extended from May 4th to May 17, also known as Lockdown 3.0, and then further extended from May 18 up to 31st May, which is known as Lockdown 4.0. So the livelihood of the women in rural areas of West Khasi Hills district has been greatly disrupted, in which the economic activities has been hampered. West Khasi Hills district is one of the 11 districts of the state of Meghalaya. It is also one of the biggest district in terms of area, and it comprises of a population of 287,781 as per the 2011 census, and the female population comprises of 1,42,649 as per the 2011 census. So in West Khasi Hills district, there are 4 blocks which are namely Mairang Block, Mount Hadrishan, Nongstoin, and Motion Road. So this paper is an attempt to highlight the struggles and coping capacity of the women in rural areas of the district with regard to the livelihood activities in the informal sector, which is collected through the telephonic conversation and survey from all the 4 blocks of the district. So as per the during the phase 1 of the lockdown, during this phase, almost all the services have been shut down and no one is allowed to move out from their home except for medical care, government vehicle carrying sick person, vehicle carrying essential commodities and food supply which are permitted to travel. So during this phase, The women were worried how they could meet their basic need for themselves and their families. And then the local market had also been shut down, and this has resulted in wastage of agricultural food products. The income of the women also has greatly reduced when the market is closed. The women who depended on daily earning could not meet their daily requirements due to lack of financial resources at home. Then most of the women also lost their job, especially the daily wage earners. Then during this phase, the women, in order to meet their basic requirements, took credit from shops and promised to return once they could earn again. Some of the hardship that women face during this phase is also lack of food supply and rise of prices of commodities and goods. During the second phase, the women began to engage themselves with agricultural and plantation, but they faced hurdles due to inadequate supply of seeds and agricultural material which are necessary for sowing season, and this has disrupted the production of foods. Farming is greatly reduced and affected as they cannot procure seeds from the weekly market, and as well as there is a shortage of supply of chemical fertilizers. The women who associate themselves with self-help group also could not return the loan that they borrowed from the self-help group. Then during the third phase, there has been reported cases of domestic violence under the social welfare department, and because of the loss of job opportunities of the husband and the father in the family, it leads to financial constraint, and for this reason there is shortage of household provision, which leads the family members to quarrel, and as a result it has created a broken home, and there has been cases of abuse and domestic violence. Then during the phase 4 of the lockdown, the women expresses that the cost of transportation have increased, and due to high cost of transportation, they find it difficult traveling from one place to another. The cost of transportation of agricultural goods to the capital city has also been increased. Apart from these hardships, the women also reported that there is no proper and balanced diet. They could not go for checkup as they have no money for treatment. And in some areas, they availed medical facilities from primary health center or non-governmental organization. And some avail primary medical care through community health workers like ASHA. So in order to cope up with these challenges and problems, the women, they find alternative means to meet their needs, which include collecting of edible forest products for consumption at home, then selling of vegetables and farm products in the locality or door to door during the later stages of lockdown. That is starting from the third phase onward, later of the second phase and the third phase. So the household who have land for agricultural purpose turn to agricultural activities. The women, through the initiative of livelihood program like National Rural NRLM, are made aware about the benefits of forming self-help group for promoting their livelihood activities. As the government issued to reopen more activities in areas outside of the containment zone, the women in different localities of different villages began to involve themselves with self-help group. This creates a positive attitude among the women towards livelihood activities. So the government also has been, there has been an immediate intervention from the from the state government as well as from the central government through the Department of Food and Civil Supplies, in which the people are being provided the essential commodities under the NFSA and non-NFSA. Those households under the AAY receive 35 kg of rice per household for a rate of ₹3 per kg, and for those priority household PHH, they receive 5 kg of rice per beneficiary at the rate of ₹3 per kg. The non-NFSA are also allocated approximately around 7 kg of rice per household at the rate of ₹12 and ₹14 as per the rate fixed by the Deputy Commissioner of the district. And then the central government also under the PMGKY scheme, they give 1 kilogram of pulses, which include dal and sometimes also sugar per cart for the people covered under the NFSA for free for the month of April, May, and June. And then the initiative by the state government and central government in providing rice to the household under the AAY and PHH is sufficient for the families during the pandemic as the families they have enough rice. So to conclude, I would like to say that that the COVID-19 effect on the livelihood of rural women has both negative and positive impact. The negative aspect of the pandemic is that the people they lost their jobs, their daily earning during the initial phases of lockdown, then rises of prices in various commodities, high cost of transportation, inability to access medical care. Whereas the positive aspect of the pandemic is that the people they understand the importance of farming as they turn to agricultural activities. They also could spend more time with the family members and children at home. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Dr. Bipin Chandra Chaube, and the topic of the presentation is Empowerment of Women, a Law and Policy in India. Dr. Bipin Chandra, are you there?
Hello.
Yes, Dr. Bipin Chandra.
Yes, ma'am.
You can proceed with the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah. Dr. Chove?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. 1 minute, sir.
Dr. Chove, you can share your screen also if you have a PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, sir. I have PowerPoint presentation and I'm
Okay,
trying
then you
to
can
share
share your
my
screen, sir.
information. Yes,
okay.
sir. Yes. I'm trying, sir. Ma'am, my screen is visible or not? Hello?
It's not visible yet. Munil sir is visible?
No, ma'am. It's not visible.
Is it visible, sir?
Not yet, sir.
No, sir. No, sir.
1 minute. Ma'am, I think it is visible now.
Not yet.
But ma'am, I have seen this.
We are not able to see it. Please try again.
Chobe sir, you can do one thing. You
Yes.
can send it me through mail so that I can download it and I can share my screen. If it does not work at your end, then you can send it me. I will share my screen then.
Okay, sir. 1 minute, please.
Sir, I am leaving my personal mail ID in the chat box. Sir, did you get my mail ID?
1 minute, 1 minute. Bijoy welcome.
I have left it in the chat box, sir.
Sir, it is visible now.
Not yet, sir.
No, sir, it's not visible.
No, sir. Sir, better you send me the
Sir,
mail.
Vinod sir.
Sir,
No, if
actually, I didn't get your mail ID.
we can have the next presenter and then
Okay, yeah, that would
yeah.
be better. That would
Yeah.
be better. And Dr. Chove, I have sent the mail ID in the chat box. You just send me the mail, and once the next presenter is over, then
Okay,
we
sir.
shall get back to you again.
Deepika ma'am.
Yeah, sure.
Deepika
I
ma'am,
will
you may call
proceed
the
with the
next
next
presenter.
presenter.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so next we have Fatima Tariang, and the topic of the presentation is rural women and livelihood during COVID-19. Fatima, ma'am, are you there? Fatima, ma'am. I think she is also not available right now. So let's proceed with the next one. Next, we have Subrat Kumar Mahapatra, Chinmay Patra, and Suman Satapathy on the topic analytical study on status of female migrant workers and effect of migration on agricultural growth and development of Orissa. Is Subrat Kumar Mahapatra and his co-author present?
I think they are not available, ma'am. You can go ahead.
Okay, so next, let's proceed with the next presenter. Next, we have Ms. Pratiti Hajarika and Dr. M.K. Deb on the topic Female Outmigration from Assam for Employment, Insights from Census Report 2011. Please proceed.
Hello, Pratiti, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen. Is it visible?
No, sir, it's not yet visible.
Yes, sir, it's visible now.
Yeah.
Okay, it's visible now. So shall I start?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. I am Pratiti Hazarika from Social Work Department, Assam Downtown University. My topic for the research paper is Dynamic of Female Outmigration for Employment from Assam, Insight from Census Report 2011. My co-author is Dr. M.K. Dev, Assistant Professor, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, Assam Downtown University. The next slide. India has one of the lowest female labor forces participation in the rate of the whole world. According to the census 2011, women constitute almost 70% of the internal migration community. The next point, the pattern reason of female migration in India have been changed with time. Women are neglected due to the secondary migrant status, which basically emanates from the assumption of the subsidiary income earning position of women. Next slide, please. So coming to the research questions, which is the popular stream of female out-migrant workers of Assam? Second, we had worked on was what are the popular destinations? The job seeker migrant workers, women migrant workers of Assam. So thirdly, we worked on does the duration of stay at the destination vary with rural and urban origin of female out migrants? Next slide, please. The two objectives that we had worked on this paper was to identify the corridors of female out migrants for employment from Assam. The second was the excess of pattern of migratory movement of female workers from Assam. Next slide, please, sir.
The data sources and methodology that we had used were the study sense on secondary data source. Census report 2011 had been used to deal with the objectives of the study. The D series report was considered for the study. The study is descriptive by nature. Next slide, please. So coming to the results and discussion, females of Assam have outnumbered their male counterparts in terms of overall outmigration from Assam, which is visible in the figures that we have put here. The percentage difference is visible completely. The percentage is 48.59 for males and 51.43 in the total. Same kind of differences are seen in rural and urban as well. Next slide, please, sir. Coming to the reasons for the migration, there are various reasons, and the number one reason that is seen is marriage. The out migration was mainly done for marriage alliances, and the prominent section of the female migrants from Assam due to matrimonial alliances. Surprisingly, the proportion of female out-migrant workers from the rural belt is more than the urban counterpart. Therefore, we can conclude that the tendency of migration from employment for employment purpose is less amongst the educated females from the urban areas. The second prominent section of the female migrant since their families were moved from Assam is visible in the figures. Next slide, please, sir. A lion's share of the female migration in other states in search of job are larger, while only 6.35% of the total female out-migrant workers has chosen union territories as their destination place. Next slide, please, sir. The distinguishing character of female out-migration from Assam is that more than half of the female migrant workers migrated within the northeastern region in search of work or employment. The second prominent faction of the female out-migration has gone to the north zone, which is 13% of in search, and followed by east zone, 12%. The central zone is the least popular among the female out-migration of Assam as a destination for employment opportunities. A sizable segment, however, preferred to the south and west zone for their livelihood. Next slide, please, sir. A decent sized section of the female migrant workers prefer Arunachal and Nagaland as the most favorable destination for employment opportunities. West Bengal is the popular recipient of female migrant workers of Assam beyond the northeast region. The next slide, please. Here we can see a voluminous proportion, that is 62% share of the female migrant workers from the rural setting of Assam migrated to Arunachal, and Nagaland shares the second, 22.71% migrants, followed by West Bengal. Here we can see amongst the top 10 lists, Haryana is the lowest among the top 10, and the highest is Arunachal. Next slide, please. In the case of urban female job seekers, females of Assam, West Bengal is the largest recipient of working female migrants of Assam, along with Nagaland, Karnataka, New Delhi, and Maharashtra are also found to be preferable destinations for the female urban migrant workers. Therefore, a significant presence of white-collar job seekers, female migrants, can be assumed in popular cities such as Bangalore, Mumbai, Pune, Kolkata, and lastly, New Delhi. Here we can see that even here, the highest out here is Arunachal, and the lowest out here in the urban scenario is Punjab. The next slide, please. Rural to rural has emerged as the most popular migration stream for the female migrant workers of Assam. The urban to urban and rural to urban streams were found to be the remarkable routes, with almost 27.37%, followed by 27.54% respective proportions. It seems urbanization and industrialization has not attracted the female migrant workers from the rural background to the other parts. The next slide, please. The share of marginal workers among the female outmigrants of Assam is quite low, as the vast bulk of female migrant workers lived more than 1 year at the destination place. The study found that most of the female migrant workers, irrespective of rural and urban background, stayed for more than 10 years. The second group of female migrant workers left their home for 5 to 9 year duration. Next slide, please, sir. Coming to the conclusion, Assam stands on the different page than that of the other states, not only in terms of cultural and geographical diversification, but also with the reference to the unique pattern of outmigration of female workers. Northeast region, mainly Arunachal and Nagaland, is the most favorable destination for job seeker female outmigrants of Assam. Urbanization and industrialization failed to pull the rural female migrant workers towards cities or commercial centers. Social exclusion may be one of the major reasons for this. Next slide, please, sir. Only urban females seeking women, only urban female job-seeking women migrants were found in sizable share in the states beyond Northeast. Those are popular for the presence of corporate and MNCs. The female migrant workers of Assam can be distinguished from the rest of the counterparts by two findings. The rural female migrants do not go to outside the region in a large scale, and rural to rural stream has been found as the most prominent route. It can be considered that rural female outmigrant workers of Assam do not prefer to the informal or unorganized sector in cities and commercial hubs. It seems urbanization and industrialization fail to attract them for employment issues. Next slide, please, sir. The efficiency of the biggest rural employment generation program, that is Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantees Act, comes under the scanner, as it could not erase the voluminous share of rural female workers of Assam as they moved in Arunachal and Nagaland in large scale. Lastly, the study has concluded with a few following questions for future research works. That would be, what is the occupational pattern of female outmigrant workers in Assam? Why Arunachal has become the most favorable place for employment opportunities? And lastly, what are the socio-economic determinants of female outmigrants for employment from Assam? Thank you. That would be the conclusion.
Thank you, Pratiti, for explaining and displaying the data with beautifully with graphical representation. Thank you so much. And next we have AdtU, sir. Are you ready for the presentation?
Yes, AdtU is ready.
Okay, so please
Please be able
proceed.
to share us.
Yeah. AdtU, please proceed with your presentation. If you're facing any problem, just please let us know.
He's sharing the PowerPoint actually, but he can't do it.
Okay, you please try again and let's see.
Getachew, could you present without the PowerPoint? Getachew?
Getachew, if you're facing any problem, then we can keep your presentation in the next serial number. I think Getachew is facing some problem. So let's proceed with the next presentation. Ms. Sayeda Afreen and Dr. Asha Sharma.
I think AdtU, sir.
Yeah, it's about to present, I think.
Okay, all right. Then we can
Okay,
present after
yeah.
this one.
Sure.
Okay.
Get ready, please.
Hello, hello. Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, okay. Sorry for the inconvenience. Let me start from where I stopped to save our time. Actually, I am on this point. A lot has been said regarding the socio-economic impacts of COVID-19 on women street vendors, but still it lacks a great emphasis. So if we wanted to ensure gender equality and ensure women empowerment, which is clearly stated under Sustainable Development Goal of 2030, and if we wanted to move out from the pandemic crisis, we have to consider the vulnerable women like street vending. So the aim of this study is also to consider the street vendors and to know the impact of COVID-19 on them. Our specific objective was to examine the effect of COVID-19 on the income of street vending women. Sorry. Secondly, to identify their coping strategy during the pandemic, and lastly, to see the overall status and the prospects of women street vending. As a methodology, we used both qualitative and quantitative research approach, but more of the qualitative one in order to get in-depth data. For this purpose, we prepared an open-ended questionnaire. We gathered our data from 130 women respondents who involved in different vending activities, and we selected our study subcities, Wambauha, Arada, Takwam, and Kalameda intentionally because those areas are the place where women street vending activity are mainly undertaken. We collected our data through interview schedule, field observation, and photo recording. For the case of data analysis, we used both quantitative and qualitative data analysis method. When I come to the result and the discussion, this table provide us some vending activity undertaken by our respondents. As you can see, As you can see from the table, the majority of our respondents is involved in fruit and vegetable seller, fast food seller, we can say small cafeteria with temporary stall, coffee and the tea seller, cooked food seller, sanitizer and mask seller are our respondents. When I come to specifically to our objective, actually we present here the first and the second specific objective together. Effect of COVID-19 on women income and coping mechanism. We asked the respondents whether their income reduced or not due to the pandemic, and the result shows all of the respondents reported an income reduction due to the outbreak, with its extent of reduction. Actually, we recorded the amount of income reduced during the pandemic from all of our respondents, and we calculated the average income reduction. It is presented in the form of this graph. So as we can see here, the blue color shows the income generated by women before the COVID, and the red color shows the income generated after the COVID outbreak, and this light green color shows percentage of reduction. So there is a huge income reduction during the pandemic. So if this is the case, how the respondents compensate this income reduction during the pandemic is a question. So this table shows the different coping strategies undertaken by women during the pandemic in order to cope with income reduction. As you can see here, the respondents mainly use reduction of food expenditure through meal amount and the dining time reduction, dependency on their families, using previous saved money, begging are the major coping strategies used by the respondents. Even though it is beyond the scope of this study, reduction in food consumption and consumption has a clear implication for food and nutrition security, because food insecure women will deliver underweight and less cognitive child, which will not be effective in any economic activities. Okay, the above quantitative information is also supported by the qualitative information, even though other income-related issues such as spoilage, demand reduction, and undervaluation of street vending activity are raised during the interview. For instance, a girl who started her own business in front of our campus explained the effect of COVID-19 by saying, before the pandemic, I was served as a cafeteria worker inside World University and I earned $39. Actually, I changed it to dollar. But because of the outbreak, the cafeteria was closed and I lost my job. The average income she is generating from the current business is reduced by less than half. And for sake of sharing costs, she is living with one of her girlfriends. Similarly, a woman who sells food dish with temporary stall explained the impact of COVID-19 by saying, there is no income I earned at all after the university students left out the campus. And as a family, we are consuming the little saved money before the pandemic. This shows how much they are affected by the pandemic. Due to this reason, she is forced to deduct her housemaid. And she also explained that the impact of COVID is not only our income, but also affects our psychology. And she explained this by saying, imagine sitting without doing anything and earning nothing for 8 months. During the interview, we bought a lemon from a fruit and vegetable seller. She said us and she thanked us and said that you are the first customer who bought this lemon among the things I'm selling still today. This is to show how much the demand for their production is reduced because the time we interviewed them was midday. Due to this reason, spoilage is a major problem they are facing. Those women told us was when the higher official from the federal government come to the town, they are forced to not sell these things and remove their cottage until the higher officials return it back. And we asked the reason, and what they told us was hiding poor women like us could help them to say to higher official, there is no one who involved in such a low income earning activity. This tell us how much the woman vending activity is not well recognized in the town. Okay. Our last objective was the status and the prospects of women street vending during COVID-19. Street vending is widely dominated activities by women and girls in the town as their main means of livelihood. However, the outbreak seriously affected their business. The cost of doing business has gone up significantly. On the other hand, the number of buyers has gone down during and even after the lockdown. As a result, the perishable fruits and vegetables vended by women affected a lot, and their income generating from these activities rapidly decreasing. So if this continues in the same pace, their fate is to leave out the business and becoming jobless and a beggar. So this may create social and political turmoil in the town. So quick response should be given by the government. This photo shows the status of small vending activities in the town. So shows the closure of different vending activities. Conclusion and the policy recommendation, my last part of presentation. Generally, our research findings show us women street vendors in the town are seriously affected by the pandemic, but they do not have any alternative to recover from the pandemic-induced economic crisis. So, what needs to be done to alleviate the problem in short and the long term is the question that we have to answer. So, as a recommendation, we pointed here some of the policy recommendation for the concerned body. The government and the non-profit organization should quickly provide immediate food assistance and include them in the social safety net program, especially those who left out their business as a short-term solution. As a long-term solution, financial intermediaries should provide grant and stimulus funds, such as offering credit with long-term interest-free or subsidized interest. Providing them storage material that can at least extend the shelf life of fruit and the vegetable can also be a solution, and that the government should formulate policies that can recognize street vending business activity undertaken by women, because this street vending activity dominated by women is the dominant means of livelihood for women. So if we solve this, we are solving not women's problem in singularity, but also their whole family, the community, and the country. That is why we say gender matters in any development programs. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for making us aware about the condition of the women street vendors due to the effect of the COVID-19, especially in the Desi town. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Saida Afrin and Dr. Asa Samrat to give a presentation on the topic, understanding mass psychogenic illness among different gender during COVID-19.
Thank you, Devika ma'am. So let me try to share the screen.
Hello, Deepika ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, ma'am. How many papers are there still remaining?
Sir, it's not audible.
How many papers are still remaining for the presentation? Hello.
Hello, sir, it's audible.
Yes, yes.
Sir, we have 3 more papers.
Three more papers. No. Okay, so please, because we are having a validity session from 3:30, so it is special request to all the paper presenters to uh, consider the time and wind up within 7 to 8 minutes.
Okay, sir. Devika ma'am, can you check if you can see my screen?
Yes, it's visible now. You can proceed.
Okay, all right. So the topic of present study is understanding mass psychogenic illness during COVID-19 among different gender. So here, let's look into the what is the meaning of mass psychogenic illness. So mass psychogenic illness. Just a second. Full screen. Full screen. Full screen. Full screen. फुल स्क्रीन ही था
उसको लेफ्ट साइड पे दीजिए ना लेफ्ट साइड पे
दिस वन
बस
नहीं नहीं
गो अहेड आ जाएगा
So mass psychogenic illness MPI, it's also called mass sociogenic illness, mass psychogenic disorder, epidemic hysteria, or mass hysteria, which is the rapid spread of illness signs and symptoms affecting members of a cohesive group, originating from a nervous system disturbances involving excitation, loss or alteration of function, whereby physical complaints that are exhibited unconsciously have no corresponding organic etiology. So meaning that the person will experience physical symptoms which will not have any organic cause to anything, but it will have perhaps psychological basis to it. Then moving ahead, the COVID-19 pandemic is having a considerable impact on our health, economy, and societies, not at least when it comes to gender-based violence has been long the greatest threat to the security of women and other vulnerable groups around the world, especially in conflict-affected areas. So COVID-19 has compounded this situation with huge leading to it being labeled as the shadow pandemic. I would request everyone to keep themselves muted. Thank you. Thank you so much. So COVID-19 is simultaneously threatening efforts to address broader structural gender inequalities and promote peace key targets of the Sustainable Development Goals and United Nations Security Council Resolution on Women, Peace and Security, which this year marks as its 20th anniversary. So since there was time restrictions, we could use secondary source of data, and with our review of literature, going through the articles, we found out the evidence from the past epidemics, which includes Ebola 2014 from 2016 and Zika 2016 reports increased cases of sexual violence and exploitation of women. So the casual factors being job loss leading to decreased access to services, disruption of social and protective network. So they also experience divergence from routine healthcare services, especially pregnant women. Further, from an economic perspective too, women are at vulnerable end. Across the globe, women are actually considered inferior to men in terms of income, savings, holding less secure jobs, and are more likely to be involved in informal sector. History recalls the fact that during the Ebola virus epidemic, quarantines significantly reduced women's economic and livelihood activities, increasing poverty rates and exacerbating food insecurity. Taking the example of India, the lockdown imposed by the government of India has led millions of migrant women and unemployed, placing a huge financial burden which has affected their psychological health as well. Now, looking at the statistics, so statistics also reveal that women spends twice as many hours as men carrying out domestic work which is actually usually labeled as unpaid. So they are additionally burdened with family issues like taking care of their children, looking after elderly, especially the sick ones. As a result, to slow down to the spread of COVID-19 virus, lockdown has imposed in the country, which has resulted in the confinement within the four walls of the house, restricting women's ability to access health risk. There are also increase in the number of cases of domestic violence against women, which is definitely taking a toll over their mental health. According to the WHO report, violence against women has reported a surge during the pandemic as distancing measures are put in place and people are encouraged to stay at home. The risk of violence among couple has increased. Now, reports from UNFPA's recently released State of the World Population SWOP report, they points out to the fact that COVID-19 may exacerbate the already concerning numbers, which includes early marriage, violence, and sex ratio at birth. The report further states that if the lockdown continues for at least 6 months, so million extra cases of gender-based violence are expected. Now, while there are evidences to support the fact that men and the elderly with a weaker immune system are likely to get affected by the virus, however, the caregivers who are commonly the women who are taking care of the elderly and also has chronic illness like CVD, diabetes are also at a heightened risk of developing issue. So a recent PFI study, which aimed at assessing the knowledge and impact of COVID-19 on young people in 3 Indian states of UP, Bihar, and Rajasthan, which shows that 51% of female adolescents experienced an increase in workload during the nationwide lockdown as compared to 23% male adolescents. So obviously here we can see the percentage of the female, the risk factor is more. Now, a high level of psychological distress is also reported among the women frontline health workers. Women are also overwhelmed with the caregiving burden. Women and girls are the last to receive medical attention when it comes to illness and thus take longer time to recover. So these are the things that we have to look upon. Now, one of the study that we have mentioned here, so Melissa Moiser here, she conducted a study on gender differences in mental health during the COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic and the associated public health measure restricting movement and limiting physical contact with others have significantly altered the daily routines of the Canadians. Now, adapting to lifestyle changes such as working from home, temporary job loss, or reduced work hours, homeschooling children, and social isolation is challenging, particularly during at a time where with the fear, uncertainty, and stress. So, anxiety is one of the reaction that people are giving. So in this study also, anxiety was measured using the GAD-7 scale, which is used in population health survey to identify probable cases of generalized anxiety disorder, GAD, as well as to measure the severity of anxiety symptoms. So in this study, it was found that the female participants were more likely than males to have report worse mental health since physical distancing began. Female participants are also more likely than the male to report symptoms consistent with moderate or severe generalized anxiety disorder. Furthermore, it was also found that their lives are quite bit extremely stressful as compared to male participants. Now, now moving ahead with the understanding mass psychogenic illness in terms of mental and another, if you trace back to the history, one of the study done by P. Boss 1997 on epidemic hysteria, it was reported that symptoms change radically over time from the motor variant to the anxiety variant. So there were two periods that was considered in this study, that is 1872 till 1972 and from 1973 till 1993. So here, increase in the percentage of explosive epidemic in period 2 may have been the cause of the increased likelihood of relapse over time and decrease in the duration of the outbreak seen in that period. So differences during two periods also may be related to the development of the science and technology. So during the pandemic outbreak, women are actively engaging in as frontline healthcare professional. Taking the case in India, there are 1 million nutritional worker and 0.9 million ANMS and 1.4 million nutritional worker called Anganwadi worker. In this context of the COVID-19 outbreak, where the population has been unexpectedly exposed to unprecedented global crisis with the wide-ranging impacts, including significant disruption to employment, schooling, and routines, and increased health risks, feelings of anxiety can be understood as natural reaction and not necessarily indicators of a long-term mental health disorder. Thus, females are more likely to get infected as compared to male. Now coming to the domestic violence during COVID-19. So data from COVID-affected countries like US, Australia has shown a rise in the rate of domestic violence cases.
Sorry to interrupt, Afrin ma'am, can you please summarize?
Okay. All right. So last but not the least, I would like to add, I'd like to conclude by saying that in India also within 7 days of the nationwide lockdown, 58 complaints with maximum number of complaints received from the Punjab. Restricted mobility has left the victim with a more serious situation as they are not able to leave the place of place of abuse and moving to a more safer places, even approaching the healthcare providers or make a call during the emergency situation has become difficult. So I think we can conclude by saying that definitely women are being affected more by this entire pandemic, looking at not just the health sector but also mental health. Uh, it is affecting their physical health, mental health, and the gender biasness that we can see. And as a woman, the workload and the stress and anxiety, the rate of cases reporting in generalized anxiety disorder has been increasing more than the pandemic, the main cause of the pandemic itself. So thank you.
Thank you, Afrin ma'am and Asha ma'am, for making us aware about the mental perspective. And next we have Dr. Suparna Dhar and Ms. Abhinita Devi. The title of the paper is COVID-19 and Gender-Based Violence in India, a Study. Suparna ma'am, are you there?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, Binita ma'am, you can start.
Yes, I'm Benita Devi. I'm from Sociology Department, Assam Downtown University.
Okay, you can proceed.
Okay. Today, our research paper, seminar paper topic is COVID-19 or gender-based violence in India. Gender-based violence increases during every type of emergency. It may be economic crisis, conflict, or disease outbreaks, pre-existing toxic social norms, and gender inequalities. Economic and social stress caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with restricted movement and social isolation measures, have led to an exponential increase in gender-based violence. Many women are in lockdown at home with their abusers while being cut off from normal support services. Stress, the disruption of social and protective networks, loss of income, and decreased access to services all can exacerbate the risk of violence for women. In many countries where people are encouraged or required to stay at home, the risk of intimate partner violence is likely to increase. The present study caused knowledge about the experiences of violence by women. The study Based on secondary data, the study also reveals about various other risk factors that have been found attributive to the surge of gender-based violence, such as economic insecurity and alcohol consumption. With the declaration of COVID-19 as a global pandemic and in the absence of a vaccine or effective treatment, going into quarantine for varying periods of time was being adopted in many countries. This has led to drastic alternation in the day-to-day lifestyle of the individuals. Am I audible, ma'am? Hello? Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am. Yes.
yeah, yes, you
Yes.
are audible.
Okay. Just like one coin has two sides, the positive efforts to tackle COVID-19 have negative consequences along with them. Many of the negative consequences, like losing the job, economic vulnerabilities, and psychological and among the consequences, women have become the victim of domestic violence as they have spent much time with their abusers within the four wall of the home. Often women include like married couples, dating couples, people that are having common children, or same-sex relations. The crimes against women have increased from 4,700 to 5,695 since the March, and the domestic violence cases have increased from 3,287 to 3,993 during lockdown. The Association of Advocacy and Legal Initiative, Lucknow, India, staff member also expressed concern over a lack of sense of urgency when dealing with domestic violence cases under lockdown. Data provided by National Health Mission Assam shows that within 7 months of its launch, specialists have advised over 2,136 people on stress-related problems, depression, social stigma, anxiety disorder, addiction problems, insomnia, suicidal tendencies, family issues, psychosocial problems, etc. Have also been referred to consultation and treatment at secondary and tertiary medical institutions. Across the state, many families have seen rising conflicts, mostly during the confinement period of the lockdown. As many as 856 people were counseled to overcome family-related issues, and 173 reported family conflicts. Most of the work is being done from home, and efforts are being made to maintain social distance. In March 2020, 291 complaints of domestic violence were recorded with National Commission of Women. The National Commission of Women is still receiving the complaints through digital models such as email, and it is assumed that in reality the number of cases is much higher as they are reported. When there is almost no mobility of the people and the police force are busy to ensure that the population is following the lockdown guidelines in proper way and that any way to protect themselves from domestic violence and abuse, and in so many extreme, and they had to face death also. In addition, because of the popularity and commonness of orthodox social norms and shame, this survivor of domestic violence are not going to the police to report their cases against the abusers. There are some causes of domestic violence. These are patriarchy. Gender role identity is one of the main factors behind domestic violence. The socially accepted appropriate domestic behavior that justifies and hails aggression, violence, and dominance is the crucial aspect in this context. Influence of the society. Some abusers have grown up seeing domestic violence in their family itself and society they lived in. Economic causes, unemployment, alcohol, and any kind of drug addiction are the main contributors of violent behavior. Here we're in conclusion, COVID-19 has not only led to an increase in the cases of gender-based violence, but has disconnected them from their support networks. To reduce the prevalence of the issue, it is crucial to acknowledge the extent of gender-based violence, reimagine government policies and support networks to make it easier for the victims to access them. And lastly, create awareness about the issue as well as the resources available to. Thank you.
Thank you, Benita. Lastly, we have Dr. Bipin Chandra Chaube. Mrinal sir, are you ready with the PowerPoint slides of the Dr. Bipin Chandra? Bipin sir, are you there? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are
Hello?
audible.
Bipin sir, are you there?
Yes, and yes, ma'am.
Can you please start with your presentation?
Hello.
Okay, yeah. Mrinal sir is ready with your PowerPoint slides.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Please proceed.
Yes, it is audible, yes.
Sir, please present the slide number 1.
Devika ma'am, I have shared my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible. He is asking you to put the slide number 1.
Okay, sure.
Yes.
So good afternoon,
Yeah, it is
all
on
of
the
you.
title page. Yeah.
I am presenting my paper in this international seminar. The topic of my paper is Empowerment of Women, Law and Policy in India, because the time is very short now. So I start. Sir, please change the slide. There is a very famous quotation of William Golding. I think women are foolish to pretend they are equal to men. They are far superior and always have been. It is a very famous quotation by a Nobel Prize winner that women always think that they are equal to men, but actually they are far superior and always have been. Change the slide, please, sir. If we see the history of world, the every freedom movement, sir, please don't change it. Yes, sir. If we see the history of entire world, the freedom fights of every state in the world are fought with these three elements: equality, freedom, and dignity. Please change, sir. If we see the Constitution of America, the 14th Amendment of the US Constitution says that nor shall any state deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Because the American Constitution is the very first written constitution, and however, the America got freedom in 1776, but it is very surprising to know the equal protection of laws come within the purview of American Constitution in 1868, and this is
100 years gap after the got freedom, and in its initial stage, this equality or inequality doesn't mean man and woman. ये जो कॉन्सेप्ट था इक्वलिटी का, ये केवल लिमिटेड था ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट को लेकर, इक्वलिटी इन बिटवीन ब्लैक पर्सन एंड व्हाइट पर्सन. सो इट मीन्स एट दैट टाइम जो वुमेन्स थी उनको ये लगता ही नहीं था कि उनको अनइक्वल ट्रीट किया जा रहा है. अगर हम अमेरिकन हिस्ट्री को देखें, सर प्लीज चेंज द स्लाइड. Am I audible? Yes. In America, the concept of equality between men and women firstly emerged during the 1960s when women started protesting for equal rights. And in 1968, sir, please change. Next slide, sir. Yes, this is the very famous protest in the world, the Miss America protest. This happened in 1969 in contest of Miss America, where
क्या हुआ मैडम, सुनाई नहीं दे रहा. Hello.
I think sir is facing some network issue.
I also think so.
It is not audible.
Bipin sir, are you there?
It's audible.
He's there, but he muted himself. Let me call him.
Bipin sir, please unmute yourself. We are not able to hear you. I think he has left the meeting now.
I'm trying to connect him over phone.
Okay, sir.
Devika ma'am.
Yes, sir.
He's having some network issues, but he will rejoin shortly.
Okay, sir.
Let us wait for a while,
Actually,
And-
we are facing a shortage of time right now.
Yeah. How many presenters are there? Bijoy sir, how many presenters are there?
It is over, sir. This is the
sir.
last presentation. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
This is
We
the
can
last
have-
one.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah.
Okay, then we can wait some time. He will join shortly.
Let's wait for 2 minutes, and then we will hand over the session
yes.
to the chairperson, ma'am, for a short discussion and the observation. We will get the observation from our chairperson, ma'am, and then directly we will proceed to the valedictory session. Right, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Hello, Bijoy. Bijoy.
Oh, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay. I think it is very nice, and we are wrapping up timely.
Yes.
On our side, the guest speaker will be Dr. Faris.
Okay. Yeah.
So that
Fine.
I attached also his CV and his details in general.
Yeah.
So if
Yeah.
you cannot find, I can forward it.
Yeah, we
I
have
can
received it.
invite.
Yeah, we have
Okay,
received it.
very nice, very nice. Thank you very much. Nice.
Thank uh, Devika ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please, you can proceed with the discussion with the chairperson, ma'am.
Okay, sorry for the inconvenience. I think Dr. Vipin sir is facing some technical issues, so because of which we will wind up the technical session. And before that, we would like to come to the question and answers round. So if there is any question, then anyone can post the question right now. Or is there anyone who have any questions? I think there is no question because it has not been arise even in the chat box also. So now I request our honorable chairperson to say a few words on the viewpoints regarding the presentations given by the various delegates. Ma'am. Ambet ma'am, are you there with us? Hello, Bijoy sir, are you there? Ambet ma'am, are you there? Am I audible, sir?
Devika ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. I think we lost the connection with our chairperson also. Ambet ma'am, are you there? Bijoy sir, I think we have lost connection with our chairperson. So shall we proceed with the valedictory session?
Yes, we can go ahead. You can go ahead.
If we get the permission from Bijoy sir, we could have started. Shall we start?
Yes, Bijoy sir is not responding. So now we're about to start our valedictory session, and I request everyone to be with us for a few more minutes. So thank you, everyone.
Shall we start?
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
Yes.
Okay. All right. A very warm good evening and good afternoon to everyone. So this is the almost end of the program. So we have almost come to an end, and I would like to thank everyone for taking out their precious time for making this entire event possible. And it wouldn't have been possible, this entire virtual international conference. And thank you for making it insightful and successful. So once again, I welcome you all to this virtual international conference on strategic responses towards promoting sustainable gender equality. So our theme was about the experiences from the outbreak of COVID-19. It was organized by the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Assam Downtown University, in collaboration with Kalem Meda Research and Book Review Department of Rural Development and Agricultural Extension, College of Agriculture, Wolo University, Ethiopia. Once again, special mention to the conference convener, Dr. Bijoy Das sir, Dr. Asha Sharma sir, Asha Sharma ma'am, Dr. M.K. Dev sir, co-convener, and also Dr. Tinsai Tamaret, co-convener from Bolo University. Today we have few special guests. In fact, we have Dr. Faris Hellu. We also have Professor Subrata Datta. Before we start with the speaker, I would like to invite the Dean of Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Chandrakanta Gogoi sir, to say a few words. Chandrakanta Gogoi sir, are you there?
Afrin ma'am, just wait. Sir will join.
Okay.
Okay. Sir is having some problems, connectivity problem.
All right. We have our respected head of the department, Humanities and Social Sciences, Lanu Devi ma'am, with us as well.
Okay.
Saida, hello, Saida.
Yes, sir.
We are facing connectivity problem, and Amara is trying to reconnect Faris.
Okay.
Therefore, it is better to make another speaker instead of Faris. Let some 3 or 4 minutes.
All right,
Thank you.
sir. No problem.
Okay, Afrin ma'am, just wait 5 minutes, huh? 5 minutes.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. We'll resume in another 5 minutes.
Yeah. Just wait for sir. Wait.
Thank you for your patience, everyone.
Okay, Afin ma'am. Hello.
Yes, Vijay.
Yeah, we are just starting, huh? We are waiting for the Dean sir, but he's unable to log in. It's Paris sir is there.
Okay.
Dean sir.
Okay then. Maybe we can continue with the others, and maybe they can give us their speech later. Is that okay?
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Ah, yes, please.
Okay. So due to some technical issue, and also because Gogoi sir had some important meeting to attend, I want to welcome Mrinal sir, MK Dev sir, Associate Dean of Humanities and Social Sciences, to deliver his speech. Sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah. A very good afternoon to everyone. I welcome you all to the day 3 of this virtual international conference on strategic responses towards promoting sustainable gender equality, experiences from the outbreak of COVID-19 organized by the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Assam Downtown University, Guwahati, in collaboration with Kelem Meda Research and Book Review Department of Rural Development and Agricultural Extension, College of Agriculture, Wolo University, Ethiopia. I would like to give a special thanks to Dr. Vijay Das, Dr. Asha Sharma, Dr. Tinazay Temerat, since they are the person who have taken the initiative for organizing such a virtual international conference during this pandemic period. It's really appreciable, and I hope that all the participants have enjoyed a lot. And I would like to say that already our organizing committee, our organizing team, we had a discussion that very soon we shall come up with an edited volume from the papers, those who have been presented in the conference. And therefore, I would like to request all the paper presenters, whatever suggestions or valuable comments you have got from the conference, please modify your paper and send the full draft and final manuscript by at the end of the December. And hopefully, if everything goes right, then at the beginning of the new year, we shall come up with an edited volume that will be the best outcome of the 3-day international conference. Thank you everyone for joining the 3-day international conference. Thank you.
Okay, Afin ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. We are immensely grateful that it was a great success, and this 3-day international without you all. Now, I would like
Hello.
Has done exceptional in the career that the Dr. Ferris has been doing a great job in his entire career. So we will I'll mention few of the things. So Dr. Ferris has been the assistant professor teaching and supervising in different courses from 2012 to 2014, and Dr. Ferris has been the academic vice president with a lot of responsibilities, such as academic activities of overseeing Bolo University, and the Dr. Ferris has done few of the work in research as well. So in the university and educational background, so Dr. Faris had done PhD in biology genetics from SLU Sweden, and MSc in biology applied genetics from Addis Ababa University, Ethiopia. Also BSc in biology from Asmara University, Asmara, Eritrea. So I welcome Dr. Faris. Hello, thank you for being a part of our event. Dr. Ferris, can you hear us?
Yes, we are hearing you, Saida, but still Dr. Faris is facing a problem connecting with the group.
Okay.
Therefore, if things are possible, I think Mr. Samuel has few words to say, who is head of the Department of Rural Development and Agricultural Extension, and we will make Dr. Faris Ailu visible online as soon as possible. Thank you, Saida.
Okay. Okay, sir, no problem. Thank you for cooperating with us. Now, I would like to then, Bijoy sir, may I introduce the other
Just a
special
minute.
guest?
Yeah, Sari is also not there.
Okay,
Sir, are
sir.
you there? Subhabrata sir? On. Okay, Sari is also not there. He will join soon. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Hello. So actually, I just want to request Tinse to share something regarding this conference. Tinse, from your end, just sharing with you all.
Okay, so I would now like to invite, uh, Dr. Tinsai Tamirit, who was the co-convener from Wolo University. So we did have one international co-convener with us. It's been a pleasure working with you, sir. Would you like to deliver a few words about the entire event that has been conducted?
Okay, I would love to. And thank you very much, Bijoy, as well as you. I did not get your name. I'm sorry for that. On behalf of World University, as well as I'd like to thank all the organizers who have been assisting us. From my side here, we have Amara and Samuel as well. So what I will be doing is I'll just give a brief about what we have to do. Then I would like to give the opportunity for 1 minute for Samuel, who is our department head from Development and Architecture and Extension here from Olu. So before going to the main point I have here, the issues which have been discussed in the papers which have been collected in the past few days, they are highly related to the thematic areas, and really are presenters, and I want to thank all presenters for their participation as well. So on the second point, I would like to extend this opportunity for the future of us, not only for this international conference, but also for many more to come through similar programs and initiatives. I heard also just recently that you mentioned Asmara University. I hope in the future as well they will join us in our collaborative efforts. And I believe that we'll have more output and research contributions to the academia as well. Thank you very much, Dr. Bijoy, and all the organizers on your side. Really appreciate the time which you have spent in organizing this academic event, and I hope we'll have many more to come soon. Let me give the chance to Samuel Tadessa, who's our head of the department, and I believe he would add a few more points on what I have been saying. Thank you very much. Back to you, Samuel. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sensei. Thank you all, initiators and organizers of this virtual international conference. I think we had a very fruitful conference. We have learned a lot from this conference. Really, it was a very good learning platform. Really appreciate all stakeholders who contributed for the successful accomplishment of this jointly ventured international conference. Saying this, I want to apologize for the inconvenience due to the repeated power interruption in our case. Yeah. And the theme of the conference was it is very timely. The strategic response towards promoting sustainable gender equality experiences from the outbreak of COVID-19. Yes, of course, COVID-19 just touched all the life parts of every people in the world. So we discussed and learned a lot about this in the context of India and Ethiopia. So it was very interesting. And I want to extend my thanks once again for all of you. Thank you. We will have another opportunity to develop such a learning platform for the future, I think. Thank you, all of you, once again. Thank you very much. Hello? Hello?
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so
Yes,
much, sir, for your kind words. Yes, sir, we can hear you. Thank you so much for your kind words. It's been an immense pleasure with this collaboration. So, Bijoy, sir, shall we introduce the
Yes. Subhabhadra sir is there. Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
So, sir has joined. Okay. So, the next special guest is Professor Subhrata Datta, Senior Professor of Assam University, Silchar, India. So, a little bit about Subhrata Datta. I would like to just mention that Subhrata Datta is one of the renowned and senior professor of Assam University, Silchar, MPhil. Sir has done MPhil and MSW PhD. He has published more than 6 books and has more than 15 years of teaching experiences. He had been DSW and also head of the Department of Social Work in Assam University, Silchar. He has a good number of international and national publications too. So it's a great pleasure for us to have Subhrata Datta sir with us. So I would like to invite you to speak a few words, sir.
Very good afternoon to all the renowned guests present over here, participants. And I am thankful to the organizer for inviting in the strategic response towards promoting sustainable gender equality experience from the outbreak of COVID-19. A very timely organized webinar, and it was jointly organized with the other international universities and institutions also. And as I look into the sub-themes, that is the gender-based violence, gender and health, women mental health issues, domestic unpaid domestic workers or the domestic workers issues, then women migrant workers, rural women livelihood issues, crisis on the cooperatives, the women and street vendors, gender and social protection. So mostly the women issues and the area where actually the women as a person are covering have been covered over here. And I believe last couple of days, there's a 3 days organization specifically. First day when Professor Ramanathan was talking about, I was present. Okay. So as he initiated, and I believe it went on perfectly with many issues. And I am glad to see the Tinsai after a long time to be here present. So then if I just say that is actually first thing is that as a women as an individual must get the respect. That is the first core issues nowadays. Women as an individual must earn respect, whether from a woman or from a man, whatever it is in there. She should be a respectable individual. That is the first thing. And if I just see from the two perspectives, there is the one, there is the women into the workforce as a specifically in the unorganized sector, and women. The most important thing is that as a caregiver. From the two sides, if I see, then you can see into that. That is one of our social scientists talked about almost 20 years back that 50% of the world population is comprised of women who also constitute almost half the workforce. It is critical to consider their working life, working conditions, challenges, and measures to optimize their productivity and satisfaction. Not only in the Indian level, it is definitely into the world level, in the global conditions, it is in there. And in our one book, I talked about the plight of women in the unorganized sector is dire as their wages are very low. Globally, if you find that women wages in compared to the men are low, lacking job security, and unprotected by any legislation. They came from a marginalized population. Legal, economic, and political status limit their ability to demand their rights. Okay, even exercising their rights is also limited from the many sectors. Even if I take an example, a month back, one young woman, she was working as a temporary faculty almost 4 years in one institution. And after carrying the child, she asked for a maternity leave. And then the authority of the institution said, no, we cannot provide you leave. So it was terminated. You know, the person has to move to Supreme Court to get a justice. And court says, no, being a mother or carrying a child is the right of a woman, is the right of the child also. So under any circumstances, you cannot terminate a woman's job because she is pregnant. So just imagine the person has to move towards High Court and Supreme Court of a country to get this justice. Okay, and if we look towards the caregiver, one of the primary role of women has been that of caregiver. That begins from the time she is able to contribute to household chores till her death. Very beginning to the death, if woman is into the household chore. The role of a woman as a primary caregiver, namely as a mother, is legitimate in the form of a provisions of welfare benefits that acquire to her as an entitlement. The challenges, the constraints, and the encumbrance of caregiving increases when it is not related to normative life. Transitions such as entry or exit event. Even during the time of, for example, in the illness, disease, or disability, this becomes an ordeal. As the women not only has to deal with the challenges, but also has to cope with the resulting stigma, blame, discrimination, exclusion, and so on. Not only has to deal the problem, but also all the stigma she has to carry. Under such a complex multicultural society where health and remedial services are few and far between, the navigation and seeking answers can be daunting, serving more as a deterrent rather than being facilitative. Her contribution again under the challenges. Despite the grim situation, women along with their family members in most cases tend to find the answers they seek. And under this COVID-19 condition, it is that women into their own family system has to face these challenges. In some instances, they tend to get lucky to find suitable solutions, and in some cases, the challenges persist, shaping the already depleting resources. During such times, like the times as we are going passing by under this COVID situations, caregiver support group become a very source of strength and care. And in this direction, women are into the center. We know that maybe in the different papers and things it was discussed, the women became the subject for domestic violence due to this COVID-19 situation or during the lockdown conditions, people living into their own family and situation. But it is those women also who came across and started working innovative approaches so that the earnings of the family can be sustained. If we look around us, we find many women, they never came out from their houses, they never started any income, or they never had any earning sources. They find out some scope for their own earnings. And that also under the situation where the COVID-19 has provided a lot of challenges, but also it is also providing a scope, because within this pressure, women also started to find out some sort of earnings for themselves. So somehow it is also not only helping the family, it is also helping them to lead into their own independences. So I believe this 3 days webinar had discussed such issues elaborately from many perspectives, from many parts of the world. Participants were there, and I hope it will provide us some sort of insights into the core of our women life in future. With this, I thank the organizer once again for providing me the scope and opportunity to share this platform. Thank you all. Hello.
Hello. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for your kind words, sir. We're immensely happy that you are a part of our event. Bijoy, sir.
Yeah, Mafim and Ferris sir is, yeah, Ferris sir is there, so you just invite him.
Okay, okay. Once again, I would like to introduce and invite Dr. Ferris. Hello, sir. So, sir is a Vice President of Research and Community Services from Bolo University, Ethiopia. So, a little bit about Ferris. Hello, sir. So, sir has done PhD in Biology, Genetics from SLU, Sweden, MSc in Biology from Applied Genetics from Addis Ababa University, Ethiopia, and BSc in Biology from Asmara University, Asmara. And in his academic career, he has done exceptionally well. He is currently working as the Vice President of Research and Community Services in Bolo University. So I welcome you, sir, and I would request you to deliver your speech.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, can you hear?
Good afternoon, sir. Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be on the webinar on this time with theme of strategic response towards promoting sustainable gender equality, especially this time of the presence of this pandemic disease of world. So it's a sensitive issue, and being part of that is was a great opportunity for me and also for my university that I'm serving. And we know that when we try to give an opportunity for females. We are giving opportunity for the whole family, the whole area, the whole university, and the whole country. It's because in any aspects of the world, the females are with us, and we are here because of our mothers, and we are here because of our parents. So the gender should not be an issue. We have to give priority for our mothers, for our children, for our sisters. So there must be no discrimination among the different gender issues. I hope you have already discussed about the different research results concerning the gender issue during the last during the 2 days workshop, webinar workshop, and I expect that you have already exchanged ideas and you have raised the possible solutions for the future, especially for developing countries, how to tackle the problems that's related with the gender. Because most of the people, though they know what to do, they are less interested to do it, especially with respect to gender. So we have to give priorities for ourselves. And we can do that based on evidence, the evidence that is research. And that's based on the evidence, the sensitive issues must be tackled, and that must be entered to our society, helps to the livelihood of our mother, the livelihood of our sisters and our children. And that is our responsibility. That's our responsibility to have a better generation in the future. And that can be done. The gender issue is addressed properly. So that I'm proud of the organizers, both Assam Town University and World University, especially Department of Rural Development and Agricultural Extension, because it's a sensitive issue. And I'm confident that we are ready to help to facilitate what to do for our society. Thank you so much. Let us be together for the future to solve the problem. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Again, the organizer. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Assalamu alaikum.
Hello, Afrin ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful speech. Now, Bijoy sir is Lanu ma'am with us right now?
Afrin ma'am, let's register, sir. Yeah, ma'am is there, no? Okay, ma'am.
Lanu ma'am, would you like to say a few words? The entire observation, a little bit about how you felt?
I'm indeed very happy, and I want to congratulate the organizers for organizing such a beautiful webinar. And I am very happy to be a part of this. And last session also, last technical session also, I attended, and I want to make certain specific mentions, though I was not the chairperson, but I liked two papers specifically, one by Pratiti and Mrinal. And it has dealt with a migration problem in a very scientific way. and on the basis of the census data of 2011. Now, I hope if a new census takes place in the year 2021, it will help us to make a comparative assessment on the current of migration in Assam, particularly in Assam. I liked that paper very much. And another paper I liked very much, that was by Abdul Karim Muhammad. And I find that his informative, both qualitative and quantitative data done on approved lines. So I liked that paper particularly because the objectives, research questions, and results were so nicely expressed. And overall, I thank all the organizers for being so, let's say, competent to organize such beautiful webinar. And we hope we're looking forward to having more such seminars in future. And I am proud to be a part of the AdtU Humanities and Social Sciences Department. Thank you so much, and we will definitely get cooperation from all like this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that lovely speech and the feedback. So that was Professor Lanu, ma'am, Head of the Department, Humanities and Social Sciences. Now, I would like to invite Registrar of Assam Downtown University, Ashim Burman, sir, to give a speech.
Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, Dean of Studies, all deans, all the dignitaries, and my dear fellow participants. It is indeed a tremendous job done by the Faculty of Humanities and Social Science organizing this virtual international conference on strategic sustainable experience from the COVID-19 outbreak in MEDA research and rural development and campus Ethiopia. It is commendable that this conference meticulously discussed the outcome of the current COVID-19 pandemic. The main focus on gender equality and women's empowerment that evidence women make a difference. Many learned academicians and scholars discuss the changes which has been brought to our lives on the account of this COVID-19 pandemic. I am really thankful to Kellen Meda Research and Book Review Ethiopia for collaborating with our university for successfully conducting this international conference. I am positive that many of our faculties, scholars, and students have gained knowledge from this series on Assam Downtown University in organizing such conferences, seminars in the future. Once again, I consider it as a positive privilege to deliver the valedictory address in this important international conference, which is right on the time of the crisis, and thank the organizers, collaborators, delegates, and all the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So now we have come to an end to this wonderful event, the three-day event of this virtual international conference, which wouldn't have been possible without the support and cooperation of all of you and all the people that we have mentioned before. So thank you so much for the cooperation, and also this digital platform has given us this opportunity even during a time during a pandemic to come together and share our knowledges and experiences. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Pinky Barua ma'am for the final reporting. Pinky Barua ma'am, are you there? Bijoy sir?
Yes.
Is Pinky Barua ma'am going to join us?
She's not there.
Sir, I think we can start from you then.
Hello.
Bijoy sir, shall we start from you then?
Okay.
So Bijoy sir, shall we wait for Pinky ma'am?
No, then okay, fine. We will just wind up the session here.
All right, as we are running from like we are having very shortage of time, we are running behind time. So I would now like to invite Dr. Bijoy Das sir. It wouldn't have been possible without the cooperation and initiative from Bijoy sir, Asha ma'am, MK Dev sir. So this conference convener, Bijoy Das sir, is going to give the vote of thanks. So I invite you, sir. You may take over.
Okay. Thank you, Afin ma'am. So finally, we are at the end of this 3-day virtual international conference. So actually, I can't say that I'm feeling relaxed here today because when the day started at the 23rd morning, so I was feeling a bit nervous. Nervous because we had guests from the corner of India, outside also, from Netherlands, Florida, even also from Ethiopia. My friends are there, and and it started well and ended with good notes from you all. So the concept when I started actually about the conference, so I just shared this view with my colleagues, and said immediately they encouraged me, yes, and with that I went ahead. And then also I started discussing with the matter with the Dr. Tinsia Tamare for kind of collaboration, and immediately he agreed and he discussed with the Samuel sir, and they accepted our proposal. So at the very outset, I take this privilege to say heartiest thanks to the Bolo University, Ethiopia, especially the team members, those who have supported and started all these initiatives from your end. Thank you so much, specifically Dr. Tinsia Tamare, Samuel sir, Abdul Karim sir. A special thanks to Amare because he has taken all the initiative from the Bolo University side. So my special thanks to all the resource person. Immediately after my invitation, they accepted my request, and they were eager to participate in my in this conference, and they delivered very nice talk in their whole session. Our special thanks to our AdtU administration, the trustees. Our special thanks to the Chancellor sir, Vice Chancellor sir of Assam Downtown University, the Dean of Studies of Assam Downtown University, all the Dean of different faculties, all the other faculty members, those who are directly or indirectly associated with this conference, respective head of the department, even also the head of Department of FSHSS, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Assam Downtown University, the Dean of Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Assam Downtown University. Because after discussion with them, every time I got so much of encouragement from them, appreciation of them from them, and that given me some special we can say that energy and I went out with all the encouragement and with my team. Also, I would like to special thanks to the technical staffs, the IT staffs of Assam Downtown University, Mr. Ankunpar Sekia sir, and Mr. Prashanta Bairagi sir. During 3 days, they were being there continuously and supported us with all the technical supports here for the smooth running and function of this international conference. I would like to say special thanks to all my colleagues, nearest colleagues, the member of the FSHS, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. Special thanks to Mr. Manimugda sir, who is the program coordinator of Program of Social Work, Mr. Parthapatim Sarma sir, Assistant Professor, Program of Social Work, Mr. Rajgun Hendik, Assistant Professor, Dr. Pinky Barua Madam, Ms. Savani Madam, Deepika Afeva Madam, all other who specifically special thanks to the Afri ma'am, who all 3 days she took the pain and also and so smoothly she handed over all the sessions. And our special thanks, if I say our all the participants specifically, because without all of your contribution, we have submitted your paper on time, abstracts on time, even also you have responded so smoothly, and all the sessions you have presented very relevant topics, and that reflected the concept why this concept has been designed. And I feel proud that okay, now with all your efforts, all the team's efforts, and that the very quality papers we accepted for this conference. The number of paper we have received, abstract we have received, but we could not accept because of the time limitations. Even also that we prefer some of means quality, so that's why a few of the we have to reject few of the abstracts and all. So special thanks to all the delegates, because you made it more success and complete success of this 3 days work, this international conference. Special thanks to my co-convener, Dr. Asha Mem, Dr. Kinsya Tamaret, our associate dean, Dr. M.K. Dev, sir. All of you worked out in a very enthusiasm manner in this whole 3 days conference. So I believe that this conference made some fruitful results, produce some fruitful results, and we could not produce a report today, but we will share a brief report with you all. So our it's a WhatsApp group or in social media, or well, we'll produce a brief report. And special thanks also to all our guests who joined in this valedictory session. Dr. Ferris sir, my teacher, Professor Subhamata Datta sir, and my teacher, Professor M. Tineshri Devi ma'am, and Professor Lanu Devi ma'am. All of you made it very convenient and successful of this valedictory session event. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Vijay. Thank you.
So with all of your permission, we can wind up here.
Thank you, sir. It was a great success, and it wouldn't have been possible without the contribution and all the hard work that has been done with all of organizers and the team. So with this, I would like to wind up, and you all can leave the meeting, and we are looking forward for such good collaboration and looking forward to such great success in our future. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.